Hi, good morning. We're about to begin. I see Ojo Vincent is here already. Ojo Vincent, good morning. You're all welcome to the ninth edition of Kaiser Foundation for Social Development Self-Skills Training. And while you're joining in, please let me know your name and where you're joining in from. Example, my name is Tara, and I'm joining in from Lagos, Nigeria. So let me know. Let me meet you in the comment section. Hi, good morning. Hi, good morning. I see Ojo Vincent is here already. I want to see you in the comment section. Tell me your name. Welcome to the ninth edition of Kaiser Foundation for Social Development Self-Skills Training. And where you're joining in from. While you're joining in, please let me know your name and where you're joining in from. Example, my name is Tara, and I'm joining in from Lagos, Nigeria. So let me know. Okay, I'm seeing Priscilla from Port Harcourt. It's so good to meet you, Priscilla. Let me see you. Let me see your name and where you're joining in from in the comment section, in the chat box. Good morning, Priscilla. Good morning, Ojo Vincent. Good morning. Barigona. Have I not murdered your name like this? Zoraba, you are joining from River State. It's so good to be here this morning. Okay. This is Sarah joining in from Ondo State, Akure. It's nice to meet you, Sarah. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the ninth edition of Kaiser Foundation for Social Development Self-Skills Training. And as you're joining in, please let me know where you're joining in from and your name in the chat box. Okay, I see Joshua from Abuja. Joshua, you're welcome. I see Joshua from Abuja. I see Miriam has joined. I see Madam
Hi,
Jamila.
Tara. Good to see you
Hi.
again. Good morning.
Good morning, Miriam. Good morning. I see Miriam Sambo from Katsina. It's so good to have people across the globe. I'm seeing people from Nigeria only. People are not joining in from, I'm joining from, okay, this is Mr. Sergio Afamfa from Silvnios. Did I pronounce that well? Okay. I see a lot of people joining from Nigeria. Didn't you tell your friends that they can join from all over the world? Okay, I see Juliet from Lagos. Juliet, you're welcome. Please, as you join in, kindly go to your social media platforms and remind your friends that it's about to begin. The soft skills training that we have been speaking about is about to start. Okay, I'm not seeing you. In the comment section, let me meet you, please. Ruth, I see Ruth from Akwa Ibom. All right, Ruth. Good morning. Good morning. Go across all your social media platforms. Remind your friends that it's about to begin. We're about to have another mind-blowing session in our soft skills training. So let's begin to remind our friends on Instagram, on Facebook, on WhatsApp. Call them if you can. I see Olatunji from Ekiti. It's so good to have you here, Olatunji. Okay. I see Kunle has joined. Tolulope Oladunjoye has also joined. All right. Let's begin to share. Let's begin to share the links across all our social media platforms on Instagram, on Facebook, on WhatsApp, even on X, which is Twitter. Let's begin to share. Let's tell our friends and another friend. I see Peace Asia Fuluku has joined. Clement. Hi, Clement. Good morning to you.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Clement. Good morning to you. I see Madam Jamila from Lagos, but identify with some place out of space. It's so good to have you here, Madam Jamila.
Hi, Tara.
Hi,
Hi,
Madam Jamila.
everybody.
We're about to begin. Let's tell our friends to join so that we can have, okay, I see Rafiat from Ogun State. Hi, Rafiat, you're welcome. You're welcome. I see Miriam from Lagos. It's so good to see you all. It's so good to make your acquaintance. Ibukun Adebisi Dada, it's so good to have you as a friend. So Yibat Babatunde, I see you, Toyibat. I see you, Clara. I see you, Rafiat. Okay. I hope you are sharing the link on your Instagram, on your Facebook, WhatsApp, and everywhere possible. Invite a friend and another friend, and even an enemy. Tell them to come and join. I see Uzo. Okay. Uzo, where is NIQS Foundation? Is it in Europe or is it in Nigeria or where's it? Let's know. Let's know where you're joining in from. Hi, Ibukun Adebisi from Abuja. Okay. Uzo from Abuja. Nice. I also see Joshua from Abuja. Okay. Are you sure you're posting? Are you sure you're inviting your friends? Remind your friends not to sleep. It's time to join the soft skills training. Remind them it's about to go down. I see Daria Ajayi, Engineer Ibikwe, Joaquim. I see Adenike from Lagos. Adenike from Lagos. Good morning, Clara from OFP, Lagos. Nice. We have just Africans here. Why? You guys didn't tell your friends in Europe and all over the world to join. I see Ibukun from Lagos. Nice. Ibukun, nice to meet you. You're welcome to the ninth edition of Kaiser Foundation for Social Development Soft Skills Training. You're welcome. We're about to begin. We'll begin in another 2 minutes as we wait for some of your friends and some of your colleagues to join. I see Damalam from Katsina. Damalam, you're welcome. I see Julius from Lagos. I see Christiana from Lagos. Christiana, I see you. I see Ibukun from Lagos. I see Adeyemi Akim Ajayi. I see Deborah Omogiate. You're all welcome. You're all welcome. We have another 1 minute to go. Okay. I see Bamidele Hines. I see Abdullahi Aliyu. You're welcome, Abdullahi. I see Pius from Jos. Okay, I see Femi from Edo State. Nice. You're welcome, Femi from Edo State. Abdullahi from Oshun. Nice. I see Masha Ramaz. I see Teresa from Kaduna. So good to see you. So good to have you as friends. Okay, I see Abdullahi Lawal. Okay, keep telling your friends to join. Keep telling your friends to join. Call them if you can. Call them to wake up and not to sleep because it's about to go down. I see Sejuro. I think I know you as to Sejuro Steven from LinkedIn. I see Iremi Blessing. You're welcome. Nice. Keep telling your friends to join. Keep telling your friends to join. See Ekene Splendor EJ. Adeyemi Akim from Igbobi. All right. Hi, Masha Ramez. Hi. Okay. Yes, I see you, Mohammed Abubakar from Borno. Steven from Lagos. You guys are not ready for what we're about to learn today. You are not ready. Begin to tell your friends. Mr. Soji is already here. All our speakers, all our seasoned speakers are ready. You are ready to unleash all the wisdom to us today. So begin to remind your friends across all social media platforms. Tell your friends, and even your enemies to begin to join. I see Solomon. Solomon, you're welcome. Okay, I see Esther Eyukioya. Bamidele, you're welcome from Lagos. Okay, it's about time that we begin. I welcome you to yet another edition of Kaiser Foundation for Social Development Soft Skills Training. And this is the 9th edition. And as it is in the culture of Construction Kaiser Limited and M&E Kaiser Limited, we always begin every of our meeting with the quality moments and the safety moments. And this is just to inform you that from tomorrow, we'll be getting our volunteer from you guys to have the quality moment and the safety moment. So if you want to volunteer for the quality moment and the safety moment, let's know in the comment section. But for today, we'll be having quality moments and safety moments by our internal people. A safety moment, we have Olufemi Alabi, and for our quality moment, we'll be having Ruth Ikot. Olufemi Halabi and Ruth Ikot. Are you there? It's time for quality moment and safety moment. Over to you, Olufemi Halabi.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good
we can
morning.
hear you.
Good morning. We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Olufemi Alabi. So my safety moment for this morning will be centered on how to stay safe during the rainy season. As we all know that we're in a rainy season now, so there are some tips that we can follow during the rainy season. So what we need to do is when it's raining, please do not touch any electric post or walk on electric cables. And then we need to avoid walking in the rain because of the open drainage. So there are sometimes that we might not know that there's a open drainage within the road, and when the place is flooded, and somebody can easily fall into the drainage. So we need to avoid walking during the rainy season. And then at our home, we need to close our windows and the doors properly, so that rain will not enter in our homes. And when we notice that it's about to rain, we can unplug our electronics, because at times all this lightning, at times it always damage the electronics. So we should be very careful about it, and we should try to wear the bright, outfit, like our bright colors of the clothes, so that when we are walking, even when we are inside the rain, so people can be able to see you. And another thing that we should try to avoid, wear any cheap shoes. We should find the shoe that is grip, that when you are walking, so that you will not trip. Even at home itself, we need to try as much as possible to wear the footwear that has a grip. So then we need to, when you notice that maybe the weather is not that favorable, so it's good for us, to go out with our umbrella, so that this one, at least this one can act as a shield for us, even when maybe you have to stay in a place that is safe for you. So, and we need to try to avoid any distraction, because when it's raining and you be distracted, so this could lead to injury or accident on the road. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Olufemi. Thank you for that quality moment. Over to you now, Ruth, for your safety moment, or for your quality moment, rather.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ruth.
All right. Good morning, Tara. I'm so excited to be a part of this program today. For quality moment, I'll be talking about continual improvement, and continual improvement is an ongoing effort to bring about incremental improvements over time. And this soft skills training is a good opportunity for us to continually improve ourselves professionally. So for quality moment, I'll just encourage everyone to pay attention to the tips that will be shared during this session to help us develop ourselves better professionally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ruth, for that concise quality moment. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Good morning. You're all welcome to the 9th edition of KFSD Soft Skills Training. And KFSD Soft Skills Training is powered by Kaiser Foundation for Social Development. Kaiser Foundation for Social Development is a foundation that is very intentional about empowering the African youth and youth across board and across the globe. And they do that with different programs that they have. And some of the programs are Graduate Entrepreneurship Scheme. They also have the soft skills training that we are all gathered here to have today. We also have the SCSC program. All these programs are there. They are planned for the growth and the development of African youth and youth across the globe. And this foundation is the CSR, that's the Corporate Social Responsibility of Construction Kaiser Limited and M&E Kaiser Limited. And you can tell that Construction Kaiser Limited and M&E Kaiser Limited are very intentional construction and M&E companies that we have in Nigeria. All right, guys. If IG is here, please, let's join our hands together for IG. If IG is here, please, can we see you, IG? Okay, I don't think IG has joined yet. All right, and we also have in our midst this morning the trustee member and the managing director of M&E Kaiser Limited. She's also an executive director in Construction Kaiser Limited. This is no other person but the beautiful Madam Jamila Fani. Is Madam Jamila Fani here? Madam Jamila Fani from Lagos, where are you?
From Lagos and from somewhere out of space. Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. It's so
Yeah.
good to have you here this morning.
Thank you.
All
Thank you,
right.
Tara.
All right. Thank you so much. Before we take the opening address by Madam Jamila Fani, I would want to give you a background of what soft skills training is about. I know some of you may have just joined the link because you saw the link somewhere on your friend's post, or you saw it on Kaiser Foundation for Social Development post, and you don't really know what Kaiser Foundation for Social Development, what soft skills is all about. So I'll just tell you in a layman language what soft skills is about. Soft skills training are like the opposite of hard skills. Soft skills are the opposite of hard skills, and hard skills are those skills that you go to school to learn, and they include engineering, medicine and surgery, nursing, and the remaining things that you study in school for the several years that you went to school. Why soft skills are those skills that society expects that you possess naturally. And these skills range from interpersonal skills to negotiation skills to communication to professional ethics and morals, and the remaining skills that makes you relevant and maintain maximum steeze and composure in the organization. If you heard that, say steeze. I know Madam Jamila and some other people who really know what steeze means or composure, which is fine. All right. So now we're about to begin, and to begin, we'll be taking the opening address by Madam Jamila Fani. The opening address by Madam Jamila Fani. Over to you, Madam Jamila
Thank
Fani.
you. Thank you so much, Tara. I'm only worried about Mr. Soji. I hope he understands what steez means right now, because I also just learned that maybe last week. Anyway, good morning, everyone. And I'm really feeling the excitement that Sarah is exuding, at this introductory stage of this 9th edition of the soft skills training. But before I go into the welcome address, I just want to quickly mention something that I think Femi may have missed during his safety moment, and that is we need to be careful. There is cholera out there in Lagos, in Nigeria. So please let us also wash our hands, because the rains, Femi talked about the rains also increases the tendency for the spread of cholera, because it mostly flows through water and other mediums. So please, let's wash our hands, let's boil our food and eat it hot. Let's then use vinegar as much as we can. Washing hands cannot be underestimated at this time. Please, let's wash our fruits properly before we eat them. Thank you. Okay, so going straight to the welcome address, and this is going to be very brief. Tara has told us about what soft skills is about, just those skills that are not technical. In fact, there's actually the technical part of soft skills, but then if we're to, group skills into two major categories, we'll say the technical and non-technical, and soft skills falls in the non-technical group, where they are mostly salient, mostly not taught, mostly just learned, but we have taken upon ourselves to ensure that we actually bring out the technical part of it and share it with you. Like I saw somewhere where David Okun wrote, thank you for giving me the opportunity to touch lives. We just thought that this was going to be an opportunity for us to touch lives by ensuring that those skills that make you relevant in life, at your workplace, wherever, are intentional. We're intentional about teaching so that you continue to remain relevant, you continue to understand that your attitude and these soft skills that you have are the things that actually keep you where you are on the path to greatness, not just the technical skills. The technical skills will only get you so far. They can get one foot in the door, but it's the soft skills that keep you there. So please, 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 you have to open your eyes, open your ears, and open your heart, because the people that we have rounded up for this training, you cannot get them elsewhere. I tell you, I say this all the time. Every time I listen to Mr. Soji's training, it's like I'm listening to it for the first time, because it's a constant reminder that what he's talking about is very, very important, because we so easily forget. We are human, we are fickle. So we easily forget that integrity is one of the foundation that actually make you who you are, the person you are. So let's not forget that. Um, with that said, I would like to welcome, I'd like to welcome all our speakers, Mr. Soji Akwampa, Mrs. Yemi Kerry, David Dokun, and Eleanor Moshe. These people, like I said, you can't get them, you can only get a round of this kind of people on Kaiser Foundation platform. And we have carefully selected these guys because we know that what they have to share is going to be very, very important for all of us. So please, if you are here today, I want you to be here tomorrow as well, because you need to soak in the wealth of experience that they are going to share with you. And we thank you to our speakers for gracing this event for us. And also the panelists. We have a panel session tomorrow. We're going to hear from the young guys that have steez, and hopefully, hopefully, you will also be able to pick one or two things from what they have to share. I'd also like to thank everyone all our participants, our registrants turned participants. So more of the registrants should please come back and come in and join, so that we can have a higher number. We want to thank every one of you for taking your time to be here. You could be doing anything else, but you decided to be here. So we just thank you for that. Our visioner, KFS's visioner, Engineer Manokai Sabo. IG is one guy that is always in front, and have all of us following him. He's a great leader, and he's someone that will continue to show us the way. They say follow who no road. So we are following IG, and we thank him for giving us this platform, this opportunity to be able to share with everyone else. The team, Tara, Gifts, everyone in the background, you guys have done so well. We thank you so much, and not only the in-house team, even our past participants from GES, our past participants from soft skills training. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for your support. And I'd like to just conclude by saying that this saying is very common within the Kaiser Foundation space. Old men grow trees or plant trees under whose shade they know they will never sit in. That means that whatever we are sowing today, we are not doing it because we want to reap from it. We're doing it because we want other people to also learn and benefit from it. And we also expect that when you have learned and benefited, you also go sow seeds, you also go plant trees, so that other people will continue to learn from it. And that is how we continue to spread goodness. That's how we continue to spread values. That's how we continue to spread love. So without much ado, I would like to hand over to Tara, and I'm hoping that we all have a wonderful time today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Jamila. Thank you for that opening address. And I agree with you when you said that our speakers are people that you cannot just get from anyhow places, just can only be on Kaiser Foundation for Social Development. You only pay to actually attend these people's conferences, to listen to them. And it is a privilege for you all to be here today to hear them speak. And I just realized I haven't introduced myself. All right, my name is Omotara Akinwemi. Feel free to call me Tara anytime, any day. I'll be co-hosting the ninth edition of Kaiser Foundation for Social Development Soft Skills Training. And with me is no other person but the money man and the most industrious person that I know. Over to you, Bethel.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Tara, for the introduction. My name is Bethel Madu, or you can call me Bethel. A property consultant with Homeplug Real Estate, and I want to say that actually I'm a beneficiary of KFSD. So one of the GES programs. I think the last GES program I was a participant, and we are where we are today. So I would say KFSD is a more of like, for those people who have no idea, maybe I should just state it again. KFSD is more of like a corporate social responsibility of Kaiser Group, and the soft skills training is one of the activities which they do to as well help or advance the mission of youth development in the society. So our first speaker on the first speaker we're bringing up is Mr. Soji Ampampa, and he will be talking about professional ethics and morals. But I want to say that I think my first soft skills training, Mr. Soji was there, and he's someone he's always coming with soft skill training. And the very good thing is that there is always something new to learn. Like, you must always learn something, because it's always coming with something new that I believe will be beneficial to anyone who is constantly attending soft skill training. So I would love to read out Mr. Soji Apampa's profile. Mr. Soji Apampa is the CEO of the Integrity Organization and Anti-Corruption Research and Advocacy Organization, centered with issues of public accountability and transparency, with the aim to have a society that prefers integrity over corruption. Mr. Apampa is the CEO and lead governance assessor of CBI. He has advised and worked with institutions such as the United Nations, NGX, DPID, World Bank, and other national and international organizations to improve and promote governance and integrity systems for the corporate, non-profit, and government sectors. He's the lead trainer of our ethics area of corporate governance, business ethics, anti-corruption, and political economy with over 25 years experience. He's also the CEO of CBI Innovations Limited, the implementing partner of a dairy value chain development project known as the National Livestock Development Project, NLDP, in Pycon Core Grazing Reserve, Abuja, and Kaduna State. He currently serves a member of the World Economic Forum Global Future Council on Transparency and Anti-Corruption. A former managing director of SAP Nigeria. He has a wealth of experience in building institutions with a strong commitment to corporate governance and integrity. Mr. Soji Apampa is the project director for the MacArthur Support Project, on the project that seeks to develop and promote the adoption of integrity systems within the private sector through groupings of willing professionals. Mr. Soji Apampa is a trained civil and structural engineer with an MSc in governance and finance. He has over 30 years working experience establishing ventures and working in more formal settings. Please, with a virtual round of applause, I would want us to welcome Mr. Soji Apampa. Please, you can give a virtual round of, you can help me welcome Mr. Soji Apampa.
Over to you, Mr. Soji Apampa. You're welcome. Let's begin to see a virtual round of applause in the comment section.
Well, okay, thank you very much. Greetings to you from Vilnius, Lithuania, where I'm attending the International Anti-Corruption Conference. So I've had to come back to my room to try to do this session before going back. And I was on a panel earlier this morning, had to run back to do this. And luckily, we're 2 hours ahead of you. So that gave me the opportunity to do both. Okay. With that, and the very little time I have left, because unfortunately, you have used up 20 minutes of my time already. I was supposed to have 1 hour, and 20 minutes of that 1 hour have gone, but we're going to make the best of the time that we have available. I'm going to divide it into 2 sections. And in the very first section, I'm going to give you some scenarios that I would like you to analyze for me. So I wonder if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, we
can. Can you just confirm for me? Okay, great. Okay. So I'm going to take us through a few cases. The first one is one called The Gift. And we can read this together. Alex is a shrewd building contractor. You've had cause to supervise his work for a number of years now, and you can testify to the professionalism and excellence with which he delivers his work. Like all businessmen, he's ambitious and tries to grow his company year on year. Alex has attention to detail and generosity that are legendary. He attends all the life events like birthdays, funerals, weddings of team members, from the architects to the consulting engineers to quantity surveyors. At Christmas, you can be sure the most valuable hampers are from him. He always seems to have market intelligence. It has not yet been announced, but your firm has just been selected as consulting engineers for a new 30 billion naira job. You open your envelope and you find keys to a brand new 5 Series BMW from Alex. What do you do? And what would people typically do? So what should you do? This is Alex. Do you return the gift immediately, since as a member of the bid evaluation team, you have to avoid all appearances of a conflict of interest? Or B, there are only so many good quality contractors like Alex in Nigeria. He's good to have as a friend, accept the gift, nothing spoiled. Or C, a BMW 5 Series car will attract far too much attention, so you ask Alex to monetize it instead. Okay, quickly in the chat box, what would your answer be? What would you do? A, B, or C? Let's see your answers. What would you do? It's one that everybody is saying they would do A. Is that true? Thank you. There's somebody there that I said B. Pious, thank you. Thank you for being real. Everybody is saying A. Okay, let me ask. Okay, somebody even said C. Comrade Solomon, thank you. Oyedele, thank you. Okay, B. But what do you think people would do normally? Forget yourself now. Just tell us, is it A, B, or C that you think Nigerians will prefer? Rafiat says C, monetize. Okay, most people monetize. You don't want everybody to know this situation. Okay. People will typically do B. At least he didn't ask for it. So I didn't ask for it. He gave me as a gift. That would be the excuse that people will have. Okay. Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to get back to my presentation. Okay. Now, how do you think stakeholders would react to your choice? What if the client suddenly found out that you did B or C? How do you think the client will feel or react to your choice? Or your colleagues in the office find out that a 5 Series BMW, brand new, was monetized and the money was given to you by this supplier. Or one of the beneficiaries of that 30 billion naira project gets to hear that you, as a member of the committee, received this gift. How do you think they will feel? Okay, so let's park that one and let's take another scenario. Maybe an easier scenario here, the side hustle. So after 5 years post-qualification as an engineer, your colleague still struggles to cover her monthly bills from her salary. One of her seniors from secondary school, you suspect to be an old boyfriend, is now in charge of the Nigerian Content Office. After she grumbled to him for a while, he decided to help her. He asked her to bring 3 companies, after which she has now won a 50 million naira project, from which you understand she can go home with as much as 20 million naira from the contract sum over the 18-month contract period. Your bosses are unaware of the project. You work together. What do you do? Do you report her to the partner responsible for ethics at your firm, since this is a clear conflict of interest? Or B, you don't report her, as people will say your action smacks of bad belly, even though you know this will kill the firm if everyone were to do the same? Or C, you pally her up to see if you could also get a role in the project that she landed. After all, she can't do all that work by herself. What would your answer be? A, B, or C? Let me know. Forget your answer. What do you think people will typically do? Why don't we go back there? What do you think people will typically do? Rafiat says C. Okay. So people will typically ask her to just cut them a portion of the thing. Look, I know you're going to get 20 million. At least cut your sister something, cut your brother something. Okay. It is not very likely. Somebody answered D. There's no option D there. Anyway, it's not very likely that we're going to report this person to the partner. And yet, what if the managing partner of your firm then finds out that you knew and you did not say anything? Or an investigative journalist, or the Director General of the Nigerian Content Office? How do you think they will react to that choice? Okay, let's take another one. A distinguished career. Mr. Seidu is not only a senior engineer, he's a fellow of the Institute. He attends all functions of the Institute, barring ill health, and plays an active role in the community. He likes to train juniors and will soon be retiring. Recently, Mr. Seidu's only son, Jega, was diagnosed with a terminal illness. And you know Mr. Seidu is struggling to cope with treatment costs. Anytime Mr. Seidu is not around, Ahmed reminds all staff of the need to do something to help their mentor. You are putting together, excuse me, a bill of quantities, and some of your colleagues suggest how this could be beefed up to provide something reasonable that the team can present to Mr. Saidu. From your induction, you vowed never to be part of any unwholesome practices. Excuse me. But without the money, Jega will die. So what would people do? A, push for a meeting of all staff to devise strategies to raise funds in legitimate ways. And even though you don't know if the money can be raised that way or when it could materialize, you cannot be involved in professional malpractice, even if Jega might die. Or B, you inflate some of the quantities in the BOQ, as that will provide more than enough money within the time frame needed to save Jega's life. You won't touch the rates, but you can ensure a cooperative contractor gets the job. Or C, you blow the whistle, resign, and find yourself another job in another firm. Again, please, A, B, or C. This time, what would you do? What would you do? What would you do? Let me ask you honestly, what would your choice be? Mohammed says A, okay, they'll do group chats, they'll do meeting. Okay, a few people admit B, that they'll go along with the scheme in order to save Jega's life. But this Mr. Saidu, if he finds out, how will he feel? Or Jega, that all you guys decided to do is have meetings and meetings and meetings while he is getting closer and closer to dying. But what about the client whose BOQ is to be inflated? How do you think that client will feel? Sorry. Were you speaking to me?
No, please, you can go ahead, Mr. Soji.
Okay. So I hope we've reflected a bit on these scenarios because this is what people are facing every day. Do you agree with me? These are the kinds of things, and people are left trying to justify, should I not? Can I not? But people are doing it now. I won't be the first. I won't be the only one. How many people can they arrest? Everybody's doing it now. This is Nigeria. This is how things are done here. I beg, don't put all that guilt trip on me. How else do you want us to survive? Do these things sound familiar? Do they sound familiar? So let's look a bit at our context. We know that in Nigeria specifically, how we win and retain business does not receive sufficient regulatory attention to warrant change. So why is Construction Kaiser trying to get you to be holier than thou? If nobody seems to care how you got the business, then just get the business and move on, right? If not enough buyers of our goods and services require integrity as a condition for the engagement, instead, your client is the one asking you, please, do you know an accountant that knows them in the tax office? I don't want just any accountant. We want one of those. And then those who are successful with that kind of model smile, look at you when you're talking integrity and morals and say, you know, this thing no go put, it's not what to put food on your table, oh. Bros, Well, it's good. It's good you're doing it. Somebody has to be, taking care of Nigeria and the future. Well, good luck to you. Don't you get those kinds of reactions? So why should we bother? What motivates us to do the right thing? So why do people do right? Kohlberg has this cognitive moral development theory, and he came up with a hierarchy of reasons why people would do the right thing. Number one is to avoid punishment. But in Nigeria, when it's only the person who chop alone that will die alone. If you chop and you share, you're not likely to ever be punished. So what's this big thing about punishment that this Mr. Kohlberg is talking about? Doesn't work in Nigeria. Is it to take advantage of rewards? Nobody. They say heaven helps those who help themselves. Nobody will give you a reward. You better reward yourself by making sure you're landing the jobs, you're doing the business. That's the attitude of most. And who do you want to impress? It's not your ethics that will impress us here. It's what car did you arrive in? It's what car, how did you arrive at the meeting? They're peering out of the window and they're looking and say, there goes a successful woman. That's a successful man. So if you want to impress your friends, you better get the money. It's not about being law-abiding or the common good of the majority or to ensure justice for everybody. Because we have weak institutions, there's weak enforcement, negative incentives in our country. So why should we bother? Sorry, I'm going to skip this. Why should we bother? Given our context, as I said, we know what is right to do. As you can see, that when you ask people that what would you do? Oh, they instinctively choose the right option. So it's not that we don't know the difference between right and wrong or what is the ethical thing to do. We all know. But when we ask, what do you think others will do? Of course, we are at liberty to then talk about the unethical things that others will do because it doesn't cost us. It's not our reputation we're putting on the line. So question is, if we all know, why are we not doing it? Or rather, why should we be doing it? In Nigeria, there's agriculture without food. The picture on the left, I took myself out of a car in Dutse, Jigawa State. This is still how most people get around in Dutse. Picture on the right, of course, is how the big boys live in Lagos. Those are the choices. But the kind of agric going on, you can see how barren the whole place is. Young people actually leave Dutse and go to Kano, go to other places during the rains looking for something to do. Because rains come so late here, the old men just sleep under trees. We have agriculture without food. Food imports to Nigeria have been growing year after year after year. We have shelter without homes. Many people who are in Lagos will probably recognize the picture on the left. But the picture on the right, we're told, is how some very wealthy generals live in Minna. But meanwhile, on the left is how a lot of Nigerians live. And we have a huge housing gap in Nigeria. What do you think is responsible for this? We have clothing without warmth. Our textile industry was killed by smugglers. It was allowed for so many years for cheap imports to be smuggled from China. And now even our local prints are being made by China and brought back to Nigeria to sell to us. So it killed Nigeria's textile industry dead completely. Schooling without learning. We cram like 100 children into a tiny classroom. I don't know how much learning is actually going on there. While many people, their own children, have all of the equipment and everything. So a lot of schooling is happening, and Nigeria has one of the highest out-of-school children population. Why is that happening? The picture on the left here, medicine without healing, crowds that came for free medical checkup in Nigeria. This is a picture from a real event, with everybody looking for an opportunity to be helped. Meanwhile, our leaders, when they go to Germany for checkup, they go to hospitals like the one on the right. That's what the hospital room looks like. It's estimated that no more than 35% of Nigerians have access to modern healthcare services. Why do you think that is? Growing without maturing. We have now, after India, we have the highest population of children that are malnourished and have been stunted in their growth. The largest population outside of India is in Nigeria. They do not get the right nutrients before the age of 5, and they have too many bouts of diarrhea and other sicknesses before the age of 5. And Nigeria has a very low protein intake in our nutrition, and the children end up stunted. Why do you think this is going on? Is it that we don't budget for these things? Is it that there are no ministries responsible for this? That there are no state governments, no local governments? Of course we know that all of those things exist. We have democracy, or is it an aristocracy? But we really don't have choice. Nigerians feel frustrated that they are unable to choose the kind of leaders that they would really prefer. So we have democracy without choice. We have governance, quite all right, without peace. Insurgency everywhere, now damaging. Revenues without justice. These are my friends from Lagos Polo Club on the right. But where a lot of them are in charge of oil companies and so on, but on the left is where the revenues are coming from. Where's the justice in this? Resource wealth without prosperity in Nigeria. Expenditures without service. Now they tell us one is Band A, Band B, and everything. But even with all of that, where's the electricity? Where's the service? We're not getting the services. So what exactly is going on? I want to put it to you that what is going on is that we are permissive of corruption. We have a social tolerance for corruption. Why? Because we think, why change it? This thing might still work for me. It will soon be my turn. We never know. Maybe Nami go get there tomorrow. Then go, don't change them now. Everybody would have hammered before it's my turn. No, I beg, no change them yet. At least let us to reach there and move before you change it. So, what is ethics? Is it the thing that we write that is nice to have and we hang on the wall in our reception? Is that what we mean by ethics? Actually, it is what actually guides your behavior. In terms of the choices, remember the scenarios. We went through 3 scenarios. The actual choice you would take when you sit at your desk, confronted with it, that is your ethics. That is the reality of your ethics. So if you know that the right thing to do is to report a crime, and you choose not to report the crime, but rather share in the proceeds of the crime, well, that speaks to your ethics. If what you did was to get up and report it to the partner responsible, then that is your ethics. But if you decided to turn a blind eye, that, look, I don't want any part of it, I don't even want any of the proceeds, I want nothing, that is still your ethics. And it is the combination of the choices, ethical, in quotes, choices that we have made that has left us with the situation with agriculture and no food, shelter and no homes, democracy and no choice, public expenditure and no service. That is what has brought us to this situation. So I hope you'll agree with me that applying personal ethics can be difficult, and applying ethics in an organization can be even more difficult. So whatever you do in business, notice that I was talking as though you are an employee or part of a team in all of the scenarios we looked at. But in business, you're dealing with counterparties. So let's now look at a company like Kaiser Construction. The choice that Kaiser makes, whether to pay that bribe and get the job, or to refuse to pay the bribe and walk, that is the business ethics of the company. It is actually demonstrated. So it is an operational thing. It's not just a moral choice. It's not a belief system. It is actually what governs your behavior. Whatever are the set of rules that you choose to follow, those are the ones that are your ethics. And if you come up with bad choices, then you've got bad rules or bad ethics. And if you consistently make good choices, then you've got good ethics, good choices. But we know that these ethics are not absolute. And let me prove it to you, because if we said that we're dividing the room into two, and here I need your feedback. Half of the room, you are doctors practicing in the United States. The other half of the room, you are doctors practicing in Nigeria. Then I ask both groups to set standards of behavior for themselves. Which group will set the highest standard for itself?
There are not enough manpower. We don't have enough manpower.
The Nigerian group of doctors or the US group of doctors? Put it in the chat, please. Nigeria or US? Who will set the higher standard? Okay, Jamila, Joshua, Comrade, Abosede, Christopher Hansen. Yes, most people are saying it is going to be the US guys. Why? Because they have less constraints. They have less things to constrain them from being able to achieve the standard. But the ones in Nigeria will say, there may not be light, or there may not be water. So let us cut our coat according to our cloth. They will set a lower set of standards. Now, does it make the Nigerian doctors any less of a doctor? No, they're both doctors, the ones in the US and the ones in Nigeria. So you will find that professions all over the world have something called the minimum internationally acceptable standard that can be associated with their profession. A minimum internationally acceptable standard. If you fall below it, you cannot call yourself a medic, you'll be a paramedic. If you're a lawyer, you fall below it, you cannot be a lawyer, you can only be a paralegal at best. And there's so many of those para things. Like even in vet medicine, there are those who haven't had the training and cannot meet up to the rigor of what a vet, minimum standard of a vet anywhere in the world, and they are called paravets. But if you are a professional in an industry, then there is a minimum. Therefore, that minimum has nothing to do with your welfare, has nothing to do with the amount of resources you have available. Those who have more resources than you will do something more phenomenal, and they will reach out for higher standards. And you that you are constrained, all that will be expected of you is the minimum internationally accepted standard. So that is why the ethics then become relative rather than absolute. So you can have absolute standards quite all right, but in professional ethics, it is going to be relative to so many other things. For example, even supervision. The level of supervision in the US is different to the level of supervision in Nigeria. What you can get away with in Nigeria, you cannot get away with in the US. It makes a big difference to how people then form their ethics. Because remember my definition, that it is what actually controls your behavior. Not what you think or what you write or what you paste on the wall. When you're making a decision, what actually controls you is your ethics. Okay, so let's play a quick game. And let's look a bit more about our context. Human beings, let's look at good apples and bad apples. So you put good apples in a good barrel, you will more than likely preserve them. You put bad apples in a bad barrel, they will continue to rot. If you mix good and bad apples, you know what will happen? The bad apples will corrupt the good apples. So my question to you, participant, is, are Nigerians good apples or bad apples? Just put good or bad, or G or B in the chat. Are Nigerians good apples or bad apples? Okay. Father Abraham, people are saying bad, good, okay? Jonah says mixed. Okay. Good or bad apples? Good. Okay. Let us, for the sake of argument, agree that in any society, the people will be mixed. There's no perfect society. So even the country that scores highest on Transparency International's corruption perception index, like Denmark, they don't score 100%. So they score maybe 92. So it says that if you take out of Denmark 100 people drawn at random, maybe you will find 8 bad apples and 92 good apples. Please, what did Nigeria score? Nigeria scored 27. Meaning, if you drew 100 by the same token at random, you will probably find 27 good ones. Ouch. and 73 bad ones. So what does that mean to have a mixture of good and bad apples like that? Then let me ask you, is Nigeria itself a good barrel or a bad barrel? Type it in the chat. Is the country a good barrel or a bad barrel? Well, how can a container be both good and bad? Okay, so most people say it's a bad barrel. Okay, now let's go back to the picture. What happens if you put mostly bad apples, although there are some good ones, into a bad barrel? What is going to happen eventually? The corruption is going to eat very deep. Okay, that's not all. Now, the boiled frog syndrome, I don't know if anybody has heard this fabu, this legend before, that because reptiles take on the temperature of their surroundings, if you put a frog in a beaker of water, the story goes, or the myth goes, and you heat it up ever so gently, that the frog will adapt, and it will adapt, and it will continue to adapt until it actually becomes too weak to jump out. It's in crisis mode, and it allows itself to be boiled alive. Now, some have argued that Nigerians behave like boiled frogs. Anything that is happening to our barrel, instead of fixing it, we adjust and say, we thank God. In my own corner, I was able to patch it. They go and give testimony and say, we thank God, I was able to patch my own. They robbed everybody on the street, but when it came to my house, they left us alone. So all the Nigerian will come and do is to come and see how they can adapt, or maybe 2 more courses on their wall, make their wall a bit higher, and give glory to God. They're not going to act to try to solve the problem. No. So imagine what we have said. We're a mixture of good and bad apples, where already the bad apples are more than the good apples, meaning that the bad ones have a tendency of corrupting the good ones. Then they are now all of them placed inside a bad container. And on top of it, we have the mindset that, look, so long as I can still survive, so long as I can still survive, you leave it alone, you do not blow the whistle, you do not do anything at all to fix it, not even to separate the bad apples from the good apples. We don't put any of that effort in. What do we think? Why are we surprised that Nigeria is constantly going from bad to worse? Why should it be a surprise to us? Okay, so to make that ethical decision, you need to make sure that, number one, it is legal. But we need to go beyond being legalistic. Is it responsible? How will it affect other parties? What if everyone were doing the same thing? Is it against your ethics, your own principles? Once it fails on any of these items, then know that the decision you're about to make, if it fails on any of them, is not likely to be ethical. How will it look on the newspaper? Will I be ashamed to tell my peers? What will my family think if I tell them? We can go back to the scenarios we chose in the beginning and some of the options that we said most people will choose, and you will see that they will be breaking some rules and regulations. It's already unethical from there. But even if you didn't go on the legal side, it will affect other parties. We've seen the impact it will have on other stakeholders. Or even if everybody else is doing it, But will I be ashamed to tell my peers that I asked for the BM5 series to be monetized and the money to be given to me? So how do we get to a point of ethical leadership? Ethical leadership has two dimensions. The first dimension is that you have to be a moral person yourself. And secondly, within your sphere of influence, where you have authority, you want to cause the right thing to be done. And it's only when both dimensions are in place that you will have an ethical leader. So we have had a minister before who was told that, Madam, end of year, what we do in government is whatever is left in the budget, we share. She said, that can't be right. Well, she signed it off for them, but refused to take any share of it. And no, I don't believe that is right. In the end, who did Yaradua fire? He fired her for signing it off. Meanwhile, she didn't take any of it for herself. She came across as an ethically passive leader because she could not get them to do the right thing under her watch. We also know another president, former president of Nigeria. They say, no, but he himself is a good man. It's the people around him. Oh, he's a good man. He's a good man. He's a good man. He himself is good, but he could not make anybody else do right. Then he was not an ethical leader. We also had a former leader who did failed banks tribunal and all sorts of other things, straightened up the private sector. But after he died, we found out that, bros, you yourself stole like $6 billion. This one that you are chasing everybody. So he improved the morality of the private sector, but was himself a weak moral person. So till tomorrow, he comes across as a hypocritical leader. It's very important that we keep these things in mind. So I'm very aware of our time, and I want to move on to what a life of integrity looks like. 2 building blocks. You have to do the right things, and secondly, do things right. So it's about doing the right things and doing things right consistently. That is what gives you the building blocks to a life of integrity. Consistently making moral or ethical choices and consistently managing to keep a moral or ethical environment around you. So, but I don't want to finish without looking at conflicts of interests and ethical dilemmas. A conflict of interest happens when your personal interests influence or appear to influence your ability to act in the best interest of your company, your group, or your unit. And why it results in a bit of a dilemma is because it's sometimes a conflict between 2 good values: truth versus loyalty. Do I tell the truth about what my colleague has done, or do I remain loyal to my colleague? Truth is a good value. Loyalty is a good value. You are conflicted because now you have to choose between 2 good values. If you had to choose between good and bad, usually it's easier. It's easier. You can frame it to yourself. This is evil. I won't touch it. I'm going away. I can't touch it. But most things don't present themselves as good versus evil. They present themselves as good versus less good, and that's why it appears gray. And it's your ability to resolve this conflict that will give you the moral courage within yourself to make that ethical choice. Without it, you cannot make that ethical choice. So my final words. It may not at first be so clear that only by choosing to act with professional ethics and morals can Nigeria, let alone Africa, be turned around. And it may not also have been so clear that sustainable change can only start from the individual. Why? If you do the right thing and you do things right consistently, then what you're doing can be sustained. If you do things right and you do the right things, then if you sustain it, you can be excellent. If you do the right things and you do things right, you will get good quality. You will be professional. In fact, there is no avoiding ethics. It is at the core of everything else that you admire, like professionalism, excellence, sustainability, everything else. At the core of it is ethical conduct. The actions of us all combine to create the norms in our society because we believe everyone else is doing it, and we believe everyone else expects us to do it as well. So living a life of integrity requires moral courage for us to act as ethical leaders. And at the core of it, like I said, excellence, morality, integrity, professionalism, sustainability, all require the same core values: doing the right things and doing things right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Soji Apampah, for this mind-blowing session. Let me begin to see thank you, Mr. Soji Apampah, in the comment section. Thank you so much. And
thank you,
let's
Mr.
in the comment sections, please. And let's also share our notes. Let's share our note. Let me know what stood out for you in Mr. Soji Apampah's session today. Let's compare notes, please. You know, there are a lot of things that stood out for me in what Mr. Soji Apampah said today. And, you know, one of the things that he said is that, I mean, integrity can be very easy when you see the scenarios that he gave. It can be very easy for you to choose between good and bad and say, oh no, you should return the money. But if you are faced with these challenges, if you're faced with this dilemma, would you really return the money? So let's compare notes. It was profound, yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Soji Apampah. It's always an opportunity to have you come speak to us about professional ethics and morals. Thank you so much, sir. All right, moving on quickly. Our next session is communication skills. Communication skills. And to be taking that is Mr. David Dokun. To take the communication skills is Mr. David Dokun. All right. But before I introduce Mr. David Dokun and before I read out his profile, the Kaiser Foundation for Social Development team have something for Mr. David Dokun. Is Mr. David Dokun here? Are you here, Mr. David Dokun?
Yes, I am.
All right. So the Kaiser Foundation for Social Development team have something for you. Over to you, KFSD team.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Dokun.
Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, best wishes.
Mr. David, happy birthday, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay, that was a surprise.
Happy birthday, Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy birthday, Mr. David Dokun. All right, so let me quickly take Mr. David Dokun's profile. Let me quickly take Mr. David Dokun's profile so that we begin with the communication skill. Mr. David Dokun is a communication skills subject matter expert. Becoming a distinguished Toastmaster further sets him apart and made him highly sought after in his field. As a John Maxwell certified coach, speaker, and trainer, is proficient at facilitating workplace skills, trainings from a practical perspective. He holds an MBA, BTech, mechanical engineering, postgraduate diploma, project management, among other educational qualifications. Over the past decade, David has facilitated group and private sessions for employees and executives of First Bank, NLNG, Total Energies, and many more. Throughout his career, he has also served as client success manager, business development manager, operations engineer, and admin services officer. David is an author of 3 books and he is married with 2 children. With a virtual round of applause, let's make welcome Mr. David Dokun. I'm so excited to have you here, Mr. David Dokun. And I also have one of your books, that's Success Soul Shakes. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I have that book. It was given to me by my mentor. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the warm introduction. And oh my goodness, I cannot keep up with all the thank you and happy birthday messages rather in the chat box. Thank you very much, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back here. And oh, I do not take it for granted to have this opportunity to share a little bit of what I've learned over the years with this wonderful group. Before I go very far, I'd like everyone to please write a big, big thank you to Kaiser Foundation for this platform. So please, everyone, turn your welcome messages to thank you, Kaiser. Please, everyone, just go thank you, Kaiser, because this is a huge, huge platform. Right now, I was looking for our wonderful host. I can't spot him in the room yet. I'm sure I'm going to spot him. Just say thank you, Kaiser, because without this kind of platform, how do we get the chance to share, to continue to, impact the world? And again, very gentlemanly, Sister Soji Apampa. I'm not sure if he has left the room. That was an amazing session. I listened through part of it. So I'm super excited to be here. And guess what? We're here to talk communication skills. I can't promise you that I have gifts, but I can already spot a few people that are playing full out. And I'm going to keep calling your name. People like Christiana, Happiness. I'm going to keep calling your name so that you know that everywhere that this recording is heard, or whether you're on YouTube or people are listening to this, they're going to hear your name because you're playing full out, okay? So that's the plan for today. All right. We are ready. If you are ready, just as I am, please type a 5. I want to see everyone type a 5. You already know you're going to type a 5 if you've listened to me many times. Okay, let's go. This is the time to reach out to your friends, your foes, and your family members to hop on this Zoom call, YouTube, whatever. They need to be here for the next hour because we're about to blow this place up in a good way. Okay, we're not going to need the emergency service because Tara goes, don't blow it up, sir. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. All right. Awesome. I'm going to do my best to keep popping in the chat box. You've already met me, so there is no need to go on with this introduction again. But there's something that is very important that we should do. Is this poster true? Poor communication everywhere. If you think it is true, can you tell me some places that you've spotted poor communication? That's our first question of the day. Which areas have you spotted poor communication? I want to read your chats. Let's go. Let's go, everyone. Where have you found poor communication happening? I want to know. All right, I'm looking out in the chat. I want to know those that have fast fingers. If it's, I don't know if they still load recharge card pins right now, but if it was to be recharge card pins in the chat box, some people will be very fast. Okay, relationship, hospital, family, workplace. Thank you, Amina. Thank you, Idile Abiodun. Engineer Bekwe, in relationships, offices, and marketplaces. Please, nobody should fight in the market. Sophia, classes, not the workplace, social media, education, family, government. But oh my goodness. Looks like there's poor communication everywhere. Festus, comfort, thank you. In my firm, Sarah, we need to find your firm. Tara, can you please reach out to Sarah? We need to send an SOS to our firm. Poor communication in marriages. Oh my goodness. It looks like this. Someone said Nigeria, Olumide. Everywhere people meet, there's poor communication. Sophia said everywhere is safe. Sophia just said, you know what? We're tired everywhere. Poor communication everywhere. Why? Alice is like everywhere. Kazim said everywhere. And that's why this is extremely important, right? So just curious, because of everything you've mentioned, and Tara, you need to keep me on my toes in case I go over time. I know that we have just about an hour. I think I've lost some of my time because the session didn't end early. So prompt me, okay? All right, so in view of this, every aspect of life, you're correct. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being for sure too important, 1 being sort of important. How important is it for us to discuss communication skills today? I want to know on a scale of 1 to 10. Tell us, 10 being extremely important. David, don't go there. This is too important. Let me see your numbers. Aruna says 10, Christiana 10, Jonah 10, Prince Law, Nadi. I'm looking. Oh my goodness. No, okay. I find an 11. Sophia goes 11. Okay, Esther, Ramat, Kazim, Mary Jeje, Ella Well. Everybody goes 10. Stephen, I see you. Good to see you, Stephen. Muhammad Abubakar goes 10. Oh, Adeyemo, now you're 9. We have to call you separately to decide. We need to know what's going on. What are you thinking about? Sonia says 11. Temitope, please take the names of those people that are less than 10. We need to know why. All right, so thank you. Oh my goodness, I always love the energy in this room. Everyone, almost everyone, except those few people, think it's at least a 10. That is why today our goal is to try to cover. This is so broad a topic that, oh my goodness, how do we cover it in such a short time? That is why you must pay rapt attention. This is not the time to get distracted. Busy people, some people are at work, multitasking, and doing all of that. Please pay rapt attention. All right? And I surmise that we might get a recording sent to people. Tara, is that correct? Give me a thumbs up. Okay. Please, you need to check. The recording keeps saying recording in progress and not in progress. So let's make sure that it continues to be in progress, okay? All right. So let's go quickly then. No time to waste. What are we going to cover today? We're going to look at an overview. All right. What exactly is it when we're talking about communication skills? How important is it? What are the things? What is the TTT? You know I'm going to give you something, right, to take home, all right? Let's see what that is, and then we'll do a recap. I would like to know, we have such a brilliant group here today. What exactly do you think communication skills is all about? Can we see your comments right now? Those fast fingers. Hello, Miriam Arab. Hi, I see you. What exactly is communication skills all about? Oh my goodness, someone is going to cheat on my message on my. You didn't see that. Hope you didn't see it. Oh goodness. What exactly is it about? Come on. Just assume you didn't see what's coming on my slides, right? Message information. Come on, you saw my slides. Salami, ability to express your mind. Okay, let's go. What else? What is it about? Clearly explaining what needs to be done. I like that one. I like that one. Comfort Moranike just says, communication is a simple way of passing an information. Oh my goodness. Prince Law, ability to effectively share your thoughts or ideas with them. These people are too smart, Tara. I think this group they're just too smart. How do I keep up with them? What else? Chidima even writes this one in bold. Expressing yourself clearly, speak and write, truly listening to others. Some of these answers look like they're from ChatGPT. Hope they're not from ChatGPT. This world is getting very funny, you know? It's difficult to keep up as a facilitator. Ofodibe says, ability to know what to say, when to say, who to say it to. I like that. Now this is ability to convey information and getting clear feedback. Okay. So in light of all of this, I see all your comments, fantastic comments. Capacity to relay information correctly in a very simple term. QS Ahmed Baba, lovely. Now, if all of these things are true, Sheon, I see your comment. Prince Law, well done. If all of these things are true, then potentially we're talking about the message and always going to be within a context. So that's where my next question to you smart people would be. Since we've all agreed that we're trying to send a message, what are the different ways that that message could be passed across? What's the context? All right. And that's the very first thing. We're looking at the transmission. What context could the message be passed across? In what way? How do you pass a message from one person to another? So over to you again, smart people. Because again, there's nothing brand new here. We're reminding ourselves of a few things, and then I'm going to share the TTT is the core. Verbal and non-verbal. I like that. Memos, mails. Ooh, look at that. Thank you, Ajayi. Sarah Moise Benjamin says letter, SMS. All right, let's go. Oluwaseun Gbemisola says oral, written, or with signs. That is very inclusive. You're going to go very far. That's how to go. With signs, yes, that's communication. Facial expressions, Naomi. Temitope says body language. I like all those things. So we've captured a few things. If you're not in the comment section, you're missing out, right? You need to be in the comment section because they are literally on fire. Social media, text. Olawale Olatunde says through your phone. So all these ways are, these are channels through which you convey communication, right? These are all channels. So communication skills then, thank you. Is that Commander or Commodore Solomon, right? Oral, nonverbal, mails, messages, these are all channels. And then you could go the extra length to talk about the different kinds of push and pull communication. All of that can go nowhere if we don't talk about then the acceptance of these messages. So my question to you today, since we're talking about communication skills through all these channels, and we agree that there will always be a context, what is happening, that determines how you transmit the message. Remember this, the context of the situation determines the channel of the communication. That sounds very rhyming. I didn't plan that. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. Let me say it again. The context of the communication, the context of the situation, you see, determines the channel of the communication. That's why, thank you, Joy Akinola, I see your message. You cannot just decide to text when you should call. All right? You cannot decide to call when you should send an email. And you may not decide to call or email when you should show up in person. I like that face-to-face communication. So your very first assignment is to determine that you are correctly interpreting the context to determine the right channel through which to carry out your transmission. I hope somebody is catching this. Because again, a lot of people, professionals, and I know in a room this size, hundreds of folks listening to us live, YouTube, everywhere, you would find that constantly you are in a place where you're having to choose the right communication skills, communication channels. And if you bomb that particular choice, you would end up failing to get the next level here, which is the acceptance. Now, what is the acceptance aspect? You already talked about it. So I send a message. It is received. So imagine this. You have a chauffeur, a driver who works for you. If you need your driver to pick up or run some errands during the day, are you going to send your driver an email or call? I want to see in the chat room, call or email. What are you going to do? Are you going to send an email and say, "Dear Mr. Pius," I just saw Pius and I just called Mr. Pius. Okay, call. Let me see. Is anybody going to email their driver? Someone say call and text. I've also said it. Jonah, call. Alice goes in capital letters, "I will call." Ramat is going to call. I can't see anybody saying, Prince Law says, "I'll try to call." Tara said, "Call now." That's you determining the right channel, because that is what will contribute to the acceptance of that message you've transmitted. Thank you, Comfort. Call, of course. So think about it. Because looking at all you bright people have said, until the message has been received on the other side, communication has not happened. Let's take it one step further, because I want to get into the meat of the matter, right? When that acceptance happens, what is the final step in this small chain? Because you already know all these things, right? It is the response. We know these things, and many things that we know, right? But we do not remember to apply them in real life scenarios. Communication has not happened until the feedback loop is complete. I can say David Dokun 2024, but someone has said that in the past, maybe 1912. Communication has not happened. And so that you remember it, can someone please type it, all those with fast fingers? Communication has not happened until the feedback loop is complete. The loop has to be complete, right? That loop must, thank you, Juliet. No, that's really fast fingers, right? Aaron, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, that is exactly what you must bear in mind. As, in fact, if you don't remember anything else today, remember this. Have I gotten feedback? That is level one. Call it baby steps in you developing your communication skills. It's something you must, M-U-S-T, must practice on a daily basis. When you send out communication through a channel and you are sure that it's been received, you must go one further to ensure that you get that feedback. And getting that feedback goes beyond someone saying, Bethel, I've heard you, or Abdullahi, yes. Some people just say yes, they don't understand Jack. I can tell you this because I have a young girl who's almost 9 years old now, and a young boy who is 6 going on 7. They just say yes, and then I have to ask them, what do you understand by what I just said? So response is them telling you what they heard, not just we've heard. Yes, Daddy, yes, you said I can have some Cheetos and crisp. I didn't say that. I said you should finish your workbook and then get the chance when I review your workbook to have some Cheetos. But you know, Daddy, you said I can have Cheetos. No, that's not what I said. So you must ensure that you get that feedback and assess it so it is in line with what you want. So that is 101 when it comes to communication skills. That leads us to the meat of the matter, what I want us to really spend some time to talk about today. All right? And that is the TTT. You can see, right? This stuff is important right now. You know, you have to pay attention. Yeah, I'm going to sprinkle some memes here and there today. So you have to pay attention. Now we've got T blank 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 S to avoid, T blank 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 S to apply, T blank 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 S to adapt. What are these things? Who wants to try? What's the very first one? What do you think that word is? We're playing a guessing game now. Traps? Things? Remember, it's a 4-letter word. Traps, things. Anybody else want to try? Aruna says things. Bistre says traps. Amina says tips. Ajibade says traps to avoid. So I'm going to have to warn Kay that you need to check that you're not bringing people that are too smart to this room. It's going to make my work harder. You guys are too smart. I like Olumide's option there. It says trends. I like that. All right, let's go. The very, very first thing. I like tasks to avoid. I like this particular one. I wonder how many people in this room today really like their likes. When you make a post on social media, you just want to see the likes. All right, and that's what people just want to see now. Task, tips, trust. All right. I'll spare you the drama. It is traps. Yay to everyone who said traps. You can do your dance, Yeah, you got it. Traps to avoid. All right. I beg you. See, if this were to be a live audience and I was standing in front of all you wonderful people, I'll probably kneel down and say, I beg you, avoid these traps. With all that you can, with all the power you can muster, avoid these traps, because standing or sitting before you is a fine or not so fine gentleman who has fallen into these traps. So when I go with trap number 1, if you've fallen there before, just say guilty. All right. Let's play a guilty game here. I want to see how many people are going to be bold enough to say guilty. Trap number 1. All right, let's go now. Traps to avoid. Shallow statements. You know, these statements, they are very aloof. They're just out there. Yeah, it's going to be, we're just going to make around. We're going to come around and make things happen. And we're just going to, you send an email and we have all that it takes to do it. We can do it. We will make sure that it is done. What are you talking about? Is there anybody who is guilty of making Abdullah a good person? I'll send you something for what? For summer. Anybody else guilty of this? I've been there before. Anybody else guilty? Only one guilty person. You people are not, you're not being totally honest here. Thank you, Teresa. Guilty. Chidima, guilty. Right? You see, this is an altar call. You have to come out now because we're just going to pray for everyone that comes out and then your sins will be forgiven. You always try to be clear, but have you been guilty before? Emmanuel Akindele. Guilt. I mean, we do try, but the truth is, Damilola Balogun, thank you very much, guilty. The truth is, without being super intentional, without being ultra conscious, Ijato Faith, I see that, thank you. We can absolutely fall into these traps. Emmanuel, now you're a good man. It says, still guilty. All right. So be careful of making generic statements, things that don't carry weight, things that don't communicate the full content and context of the content you're trying to communicate. I don't know, that's a lot of C's there, but I hope you got the message. Be mindful of just spewing things out, whether it's, remember, we're talking about all kinds of communication, whether it's face-to-face communication, whether it's you send an email, be very careful, right? Because it shows you out. It presents you as someone who is not thorough. Talk about being professional. We just had a session on professionalism and ethics by Mr. Soji Apampa. You know that you cannot afford to fall into this trap. All right? Next trap you must avoid like a plague. Excessive explanations. Please, I want to know those that are guilty here. This is a second altar call. If you came out for the first altar call, but you are still guilty, just stay at the altar. We're going to pray for you all together. Peace John is guilty. Sophia is guilty, number one. Arafat, guilty. Oh my God. We need some ushers. We need people to come around. Oh, everyone assisting. We're going to be praying for a lot of people today. Sonia Gole is guilty. Oh my goodness. Don't worry. I'm actually the very first person standing. We're going to look for, someone to pray for all of us. Oh my goodness. Abosida says not that guilty. Okay, maybe when we get to the comments or the time for Q&A. Ruth is very guilty. But again, the truth is we are all somewhat guilty of this, right? In a way, we have found reasons to say more than is necessary. And I'm looking for a C word that results when you give excessive explanations. Can someone please tell me what that C word is? What happens when you give excessive explanations to someone, to a group? What's that C word that happens? Can someone please tell me? Aha! Look at the consensus is confusion. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The consensus is confusion. Naomi, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being totally honest. Oh, look at that. Chidima adds one. Then conflict. That is extremely important for us to be aware of. Extremely, extremely important for us to be aware of. How do good meaning or well-meaning people who have good intentions avoid the trap of excessive explanation? You have good intentions. You're probably just wanting to make sure they don't miss what you are saying. You go, Tara, but can I tell you one more thing? Can I tell you one more thing? So what actually happened is that when we're leaving Ikeja, then we started to move on the Third Mainland Bridge, and then things started to happen, and then as we were getting towards the the end of the long bridge, and then what do you think she's going to say? What happened? What happened? What happened? All right. So you must be mindful of this. And just one more for you. This one, if you're guilty, please just once again let us know if you're guilty. Guilty. Feeling familiar. Think that. Tara, you're very kind and honest. Most guilty. We fall into this trap. Are there any guilty people here? And if I tell you a story, you're gonna all laugh at me. I was making a presentation once. Very guilty, Sophia. Chidima guilty. And almost all the people in the room were people I've related with at different levels. These were executives. And I was feeling familiar. And I even asked for a glass of water. I was making a presentation. It was a serious presentation, a career-changing presentation. But for some reason, my village people were working overnight that day, and they got me. Don't laugh at me, but they got me. You know what? One of the executives stopped the presentation and said to me, "What do you think we're doing here? Do you think we're playing?" That was when I woke up. And then the broom that they hung somewhere in the village fell off, and then my eye cleared. I'm like, what's happening? What did I do? We all guilty of feeling familiar, and then it shows in the way you communicate. It shows in the way you talk. Because that person by the way, caveats, there's a place for using your familiarity to improve the opportunity of getting something done. But again, there is a place for making sure that that doesn't become a catch-22 for you. It becomes a catch-22, and you know what a catch-22 is a place where this person is my friend. I mean, imagine a spouse working with their partner in the same workplace, and they have to make a serious presentation to clients. They cannot, that's not a place to feel familiar. That's business. And for the most part, what we're talking about here is business, right? Think about it. You cannot feel familiar. You can't feel too familiar. All right. Let's go to the next one. So we started by saying, what did we say? Things to avoid. What's the next one? It looks like someone got this already. T blank, blank, blank S to what? Apply. So what's this going to be? Top 3. Can I hear it if you know what it is? Tips. Teresa says tips. Teresa is going to get a virtual round of applause. Tips. Top 3 tips. I love these tips. I really love them. Number 1, can everyone please type magnetic common ground? Woo! Oh my goodness. Listen. If you forget everything else we've said today because we've joked around a lot, this is one that you must not forget. And you would remember it if you type it. Everyone, blow it up. Oh, Prince Law makes this funky. It goes MCG. Iman, everybody type magnetic common ground. Everybody, thank you. Thank you, magnetic common ground. Magnetic common ground. You must find it. Everyone, and I say every carefully because every is an absolute word, but I say everyone has common ground with someone that they meet every single day. You only need to be skillful. You need to practice your skill of engaging, asking the right questions. Then you find the common ground, because we're talking about communication skills here. And your ability, if you go back to the beginning, to apply this TAR properly, the TAR of transmission, acceptance, and response, sometimes stems off of your being able to have already gotten a common ground with the person. So you're asking, David, how do I find common ground? Can someone please tell me, y'all are too smart. What are the kinds of common ground that you can have with people you meet on a daily basis? Tell me, come on, blow up the chat room. There are probably like 100 things, you know. Go, football. We both love football. Let's go. Thank you. That's one. Let's go. Come on. Thank you, Olatunji. What else can we, common ground? We have over 100 people listening to this. What kinds of things can we have? Food. We like the same food. Ethnicity. Thank you. Let's go. Religion, classes, hobbies, fashion. Religion as well. Thank you, Festus. Movies, Damilola. Politics, Chidima. Sports, career. Look at that. Music. Politics. How about background? Maybe you come from the same background. You probably grew up in the same place. You have similar affinities, which is everything you've described. We both love football. We love music. Thank you, Teresa. Interest, culture. Listen, when I say if you don't remember anything else, remember this, is because when you leave today's session, I want you to practice it. A stranger, random stranger, thank you, Joy Akinyola belief system. Strike a conversation with them for just 5 minutes and ask yourself, can I find common ground with this person in 5 minutes? You can. And the moment you find common ground with someone that is magnetic, it makes it easier for them to receive and respond to whatever you are shooting across their way. All right? That's just what it is. And you must be skilled at this. You must ensure that you are not fibbing about this. Let's go to the next one. The next one also starts with a C. Anybody wants to try what that would be? Come on. if we call the first one magnetic common ground, what's the next C? That will be a tip. Come on. Let's go. What's that gonna be? Connection. I like connection. I think common ground brings connection. Peace, John. Concentration. You're just throwing words at me. Okay, let's see what it is. Majestic control. Can somebody start control? Yep. I like this because you need to listen to what I'm saying to understand what this means. What's control here? When it comes to communication skills, everybody please type control. Who needs to be in control? Is it you, the sender? Thank you, Peace John, or the person receiving the feedback or the message you're trying to pass? It's you. If you're upset, you are not in control. Do you see how this is going? And when I say control, I mean both your outer and inner self. You must have pristine control such that you are spewing out the right words. Make it a point of duty to ensure that if you're in not such a great mood, you hold back, especially when the communication is important. You must have majestic control of the situation. You must be able to hold your own before you engage. All right? I'm probably going to, Tara, you can go off your mic, turn on your mic. How many minutes do we have for Q&A? Do we have time for Q&A in this time? Should it be 10 minutes, 15 minutes, Tara?
Okay, so we're supposed to have the Q&A after these sessions, after the final sessions. But if you want to have your Q&A now.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. After the final session is good. And
all right, thank you.
All right, that's fine. Okay, so here we go. Well, I probably can take a few questions because I'm not sure if I'll be here till the very end. So I'll plan around giving you about 5 minutes for questions. So stay in control. Final tip. Magical conclusions. This one, I don't know how to tell you this, but especially if you're talking to a crowd of people or you're talking to someone who is really busy, they have the likelihood, and that's you as well, to forget everything else you said until the very end. And it's probably the last thing you say they'll remember. That is why doing a recap, especially if it's a verbal communication, it's extremely important for you. You cannot afford to let your conclusion be flat. In fact, the way I put it in some of my classes is start with a bang, end with a bang. Because the way you sign out is how people would remember you. Okay? All right, now let us go. We're done with top 3 tips. Now we've gotten, what was the first thing we did? We did traps to avoid. Now we've got tips to apply. What's the last one? T blank, 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 S to adapt. What's that gonna be? What's that gonna be? Let's see. Did anyone, things, techniques? No. Things, no. Peace. Peace, you got the first one, but no, it's not things. Tries, tools, no. Final answer, going once, going twice. This is for $1 million. Time, no. Okay, going once. I like trends. Take home, Victor. I like take home, but it's not take home. Okay, good try. I like it. But this is what it is. Tricks to adapt. Tricks. How would we have a session and I would not give you some tricks? These tricks work. All right, these tricks kind of just help you get a foot in when you're not sure how things would go. If you love tricks, because I know some of you love hacks, right? Like life hacks. So if we call these the life hacks of communication skills, please type a 5 if you love to have some tricks. Let's see you type a 5. If you're not typed in a while, we need to get you back, get your attention. Simon Jude, 5. Sarah, 5. Peace, 5. Let's see if we can get 500 5s. If you're on YouTube, type a 5 as well. Okay. Thank you, Alao, Sonia, Oyewole, Famisudo, Abisodun, Ofonime. Thank you, Festus, Olaniyi, Joseph, Esther. Look at how many 5s. I love 5s. Mary, Peace, Aurora. All right, you're ready for this. I can tell you're ready for this. Let's go. Trick number 1. No. Know what? Like, no. What should I know? I'm going to tell you. Show. They're like, show. What should I show? Tell. Ooh, this is getting really interesting. We're getting into the know, show, tell part of the business. Annette, I'm loving your feedback already. Great. I like that. Know, show, tell. It's time to bring out the magic. And you all are big, small, mid-size, whatever your size is, magicians right now, because you have the ability to do exactly what I'm about to suggest to you. So let's go. What's the first thing you need to know? This one goes without saying. I mean, it's like, duh. Come on, know your stuff. Everybody go know your stuff. Peace. I know audience is important. I know. But this one, come on. This is such a simple, I call it, the simple stuff. Everybody type know your stuff. Thank you, Chidima. Anybody else typing know your stuff? Come on, blow this up. Let's have know your stuff. Know your stuff. See, no, you can beat someone at the game if they're really good at it. The moment I ask you to tell me about your childhood, that is you. That's your stuff. Nobody can beat you at that. That is yours. You're going to start to flow. And then I grew up here, and then this is what we did, and then this, and then that, because you know it like what? Like the back of your hand. And guess what? This is the trick. This is the trick. And I'm still going to go back to this. Emmanuel, I love your acronyms, KYS, right? When you know your stuff, no matter where the conversation goes, you can always appear like an SM. Thank you, host, for muting everyone. Thank God I have super user, right? So I can unmute myself. So know your stuff. This is it. If you're going to face any audience, make sure that you have It looks like the person whose mic is going off is refusing to get muted. All right, we need you to please all check your mics and mute your mic. Thank you. We don't want to start going local and say off your mic, right? If I say off your mic, you all are going to blow up laughing. So please, whatever it is that you are supposedly a master at, or supposedly required to speak about or share information on, know it, research it, get an informant. That's something you need to add as a B, 1A, 1B. Get an informant. Let someone give you the inside gist. I've been muted and unmuted several times. If you can still hear me, please type a 5. Okay, Tara, thank you. That's a thumbs up. All right. Guess what, Tara? I couldn't help putting this on here because I know it's going to make some people happy, because that's what's trending now. I don't even know what it means, but I see there's a lot of, for those who are following trends and people are telling about trends,
Show
at least
some
you know that
steez.
something that is called steez. Whatever. Someone needs to
That's
call me
right.
and tell me the origin of steez.
It's a
Maximum steez. Help me, help a brother. I need someone to tell me where this thing started, but I love it
so it's a
anyway.
Gen Z language, actually.
It's a Gen
It
Z
means,
language. I want to be
yeah,
Gen
it
Z
means
too. Is there a
composure.
place I can apply?
It means composure. Yeah.
I know it means composure. Thank you, everyone. But you need to, you see why this is important? Peace, John, that's correct. But steez in this sense is, you must show up. Like you just have to stand out. I guess that's what I'm saying. With your energy, with your enthusiasm, you need to exude a level of energy and enthusiasm that is exceptional. So I want to give you another catchphrase, I can tell you, exude exceptional energy and enthusiasm. All right, that is how you show your steez. If you're looking at the gentleman who is got, a sleeve tattoo and he's got a cigar in his mouth and is trending on social media from the Ojide Oba Festival, and I'm sure you all probably know. If you don't know that, then I'm a step ahead of you, right? There's some person who is trending because of that. That's some steez, and it's unforgettable. You see, it's unforgettable. When you bring your A game, it's unforgettable. It is what makes your communication stand. And today we did not even go into all the wide areas of verbal and non-verbal communication. You all already know. Thank you, Tara. It's Farouk. You already know, or maybe you know, maybe you don't. Which one carries more weight? Pop quiz. Verbal or non-verbal communication? I wish we could do a quick, we could do a quick poll here just to make sure that these smart folks are really smart and they can choose and stand in one line. Want to know those who are standing? I see non-verbal. Ambassador says verbal. Sarah, verbal. Oh my goodness. I wish I could whip up a quick poll here. Oh, no, I can, but I don't want to. But anyway, it's just good to know because I'm just curious. How many people will say verbal versus non-verbal? Here we go. I don't want to break something. Let me not create a poll. But if someone can create a poll with the Kaiser team, which one carries more weight, verbal or non-verbal communication, before we end this, that would be nice. And at the end, I will tell you, I see a lot of verbal and I see a few folks saying non-verbal as well. Okay, let me help you because I'm looking at my time like, oh my God, it's almost time for me to leave. If you did not already know, then today is the day. Like they say, right? Simon Jude, they say, oh, look at that. You are so wonderful. Please vote real quick, non-verbal or verbal. Oh, I love this. Kaiser team, you're too much. IG is very proud of every one of us. This poll is going to close in 30 seconds. Choose your side. Good. Which communication is most effective, verbal or non-verbal? I guess it depends on the context, but in the context of what I'm asking is which carries more weight. And we have to probably do this again in another session. There's something I call the WTG combo. I've taught it to some of my private classes. I'm not sure I have enough time to go through it. The poll closes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Some people have not voted. Are you afraid to vote? Okay, let's end the poll. Thank you, Kaiser. Now I can. Look at this. Everyone can see that well, we did not have even up to 100 people vote, but We had more people saying verbal than non-verbal. That is why this kind of session is important. Because guess what? It's actually, who is writing on my board? Someone is writing red mark on my board. What audacity. Anyway, it's non-verbal, folks. It's non-verbal. It is non-verbal. For those of you who are, I mean, I've not looked through the room. We'll probably have people from different countries here as well. But those that are Nigerian and grew up in a typical Nigerian home, you would agree with me that if you had a parent like mine and you went somewhere and they looked at you like this, you know what it means. What does that mean? What does that mean? Trouble? Ajibule says bombastic side eye, trouble wala. Ajayi said you don't die. Oh my God. Someone said you would die today. Someone said if them born you will. But did I say that? Do you see? So we should launch this poll again and have you guys vote the right thing. Because somebody said you died today. It means if you dare misbehave. But I did not say anything. Do you see the beauty of this? Hundreds of people here are already telling me what I said, what I meant, and I did not say a single word. That is why body language, gestures, tone of voice carry a lot of weight. And if you will be careful as employees, executives, entrepreneurs here, everyone listening, if you will be super mindful of what your body language is saying, you will go very far, because that's how you actually do. Olamilekon says, no enter house. So you see, those are the things. All right. Anyway, that was a good segue. I don't even know how we got there, but it's important for you. So we already talked about show some steez. And the final one here today is tell a story. When you look at all the Dragon's Den, for those here who are entrepreneurs, maybe you want to sell a product, an IT product or something, whatever not, or you are looking to, by the way, every day you're selling yourself, even at work. Joseph Clement, your video is open, so people should be careful of opening their videos if you don't want us to see what we should not see, okay? Right. You'd realize that telling a story makes a world of difference. You need to storyfy your message. And that's a trick that always works. When you add a context to it, when you let people know, the backstory to what you're asking for, it's almost like the why you're doing what you do. It's almost like telling them, before I got here today, I had an epiphany. I was lying on my bed and I thought about hundreds of people that will be here today. I thought about the times I failed. I thought about the times I almost got fired at work. I thought about the times I got promotions at work because of my communication skills. And I thought about a few people today that would be helped by a few things we'll share. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to get up, put on a white traditional outfit, put on a red cap and show up strong. You see, I'm telling you a story and all of you are going, Why? Because we all love stories. So if you want to captivate your audience, if you want them to follow you to the end, if you want them to follow you like you have a leash on their neck and they just want to see how this would end, you need to storyfy your message. And I believe that that's a fine and fitting place to do a recap today. Because I can't imagine that time flies the way it does. All right? But before I do a recap, because I want you to do it for me, is there anyone here? Tara, do we have time to take a question? How many minutes do we have left for this belt?
So yeah, we have 5 minutes to take questions.
We have 5 minutes left for this belt, right?
Yes, so we can take questions.
So who has played full out the most today? So many people have played full out. But again, if you have a question, don't unmute yourself, raise your hand. And the first hand that goes up gets to ask a question. Random question on anything we've talked about today, or maybe it's just a slight segue. So administrators, please look out And look out in the chat box. If the person is shy, doesn't want to talk, you can type it. Anybody? Listen, in a room this size, in such a huge virtual room, it's good to ask questions. Okay. Emmanuel needs more light on Storify. Okay, I can help you. Storifying is simply putting a human touch to whatever you're presenting. Think about a story. What do you have in a story? You have a plot, right? What do you have again? You have the characters. What else do you have? Somebody help me. You have all that setup. You have the twists, right? The plot, the twists and turns, the characters, and you have all that ending that takes your audience on a journey. That's what a story is. So when you're thinking about, depending on the kind of presentation you're wanting to make, ask yourself, how do I tell this as a story? All right? That's how I can give you the quickest explanation. I hope that helps you a little bit more, Emmanuel. Simon Jude says, kindly explain what you mean by magical conclusion. Okay, I can say it in a different way. It means blow your mind. What's magic about? Magic blows your mind, right? When you're leaving the stage, leave and go like, boom, drops mic. Because that's what they're going to remember. If you've razzled and dazzled them all through, like I hope I've done today, but I don't end with a bang, you may not remember much of it, right? That's what I'm saying by magical conclusion. And doing a recap, you can see intentionally, I always put a recap slide just to make sure I don't forget to bring back to your memory, smart people, everything we've talked about. That's magical conclusions. Let me see. From the traps, Ajayi Oluwajuwon, from the traps to avoid, you said we should avoid being familiar. Does that mean we should always be serious while communicating while we're not in the corporate environment? That's not exactly what I mean. What I mean by avoid feeling familiar is when you are in a business communication mode, don't mix up the relationship that you potentially have with someone, because business is business. So the context with which I said that is in a business environment. Whereas you can be jolly good fellows, but when it comes to discussing business, maybe you're the CFO of the business, and you say, don't worry, MD, I will talk about it later, and you're in a board meeting, you cannot do that. But you're the executive assistant, and because you're close to the managing director, you just decide to make a wishy-washy presentation. That's going to get you in the red. So I hope that helps you, Ajayi Oluwajuwon. I saw one question. Stephen, what can you do if it's difficult for you to find common ground? You need to come for deliverance in my deliverance center. Stephen, just practice. It's not difficult. It's knowing the questions to ask, okay? Stephen is knowing what questions to ask and listening more than talking. That's the solution, Stephen. Listen more than you talk. You find common ground. Listen to what's not being said as well. I can take one more, and I'm sorry if I don't take your question. In the workplace and at home, how do you communicate with your boundaries without sounding like a snob? How do I explain that? That's going to communicate your boundaries. You just have to, you have to show what you would like and not like. It doesn't mean you're a snob, okay? It's just what it is. Sometimes you cannot be plantain. Only plantain can make everybody happy. That's true, right? Well, I like plantain. I'm sorry I don't have enough time to take all your questions. I'm going to do a recap right now and then probably leave you to bombard the chat box with things you're taking away. If you have more questions, Kaiser can ship them off to me, and possibly I'll try to get back to you some responses. So recap. Remember the TAR between the message and context. Who remembers the TAR between message and context? Type it for me. Let me see if you remember. I'm so sorry. I just have to respect time because we have another speaker coming up, right? So we have to go boom, boom, boom. Who remembers the TAR? It feels like a long time ago. Thank you, Julie Cecilia. Transmission, what's the A? Acceptance and response. Simon Jude, you get a virtual box of orange juice. Thank you for that. Someone is asking for social media handles. Maybe I'll go back when I'm done and I'm going to drop it so you can connect after that. Now, remember, avoid the traps, apply the tips, adapt the tricks. Who remembers the traps to avoid? Who remembers them? Feeling familiar? Yes. What else? What are those traps? Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Shallow statements. Yes, I like that. There's one more. Shallow statements. The last one is an E. Shallow statements, feeling familiar. Oh, look at that. Another virtual box of orange juice for you right there. What about the tips? Anybody remembers the tips? What about the tips? I need a few people to tell us, what are those tips we should? Magnetic common ground. I love that. What's the next one? Magical conclusion. There's one more. Whoa, you guys took notes or something? Steez. Peace. See you. Look at that. What kind of steez? All right, someone said steez. Have we got into steez? We've not got into steez. Calm down. Magnetic common ground, majestic control, magical conclusion. Simon Jude, you really did take notes. I'm highly impressed. You should send me a DM as well. All right. What's the final one? Tricks. I know all of you remember steez. Look at you. No show tell. What do you need to know? Know your stuff. What? Show some steez and tell a story. Woo! It's been a delight. It's been a delight being with you this morning. I really appreciate your time, your attention, and participation. That's the tap right there. And it's going to keep flowing. That tap will keep flowing for you if you keep committing your time, attention, and participation to things that are important. I'll leave by asking you to all please drop in the chat section, chat box, the things you're taking away. One thing you will do differently, one thing you will start to do, stop doing, do more of or do less of. Make it personal. Annette, okay, will start to, I will stop, I will do more of, I will do less of. So blow up the chat box with all those things right now as I turn back the control to the terrific Tara to continue hosting today's session. Thank you for having me, and it's been a pleasant experience.
Thank you so much, Mr. David Dokun. A virtual round of applause for Mr. David Dokun. Let me see the round of applause. Thank you so much for this session. Thank you so much. We've learned so much from you today, and I have no doubt that you've also learned so much from you today about communication skills. And, you know, one thing that stood out for me in everything that you said is that, you know, there had different channels to communicating, and, you know, you cannot just say that you want to send an email to someone, to your driver, or you want to, you know, call somebody that you're supposed to send an email to. And I mean, that really stood out for me. And, you know, effective communication is really important in your personal and your professional life altogether. And once again, thank you so very much for that insightful session. All right, I'm seeing the round of applause. Thank you, everybody. So before we go into our next session, before we go into our final session for today, we have a giveaway. Are you excited? Let me see in the comment section, in the chat box. I am excited. Are you excited for this giveaway? Thank you. So I'm excited. I can't wait to let you know what this giveaway is. All right, I am excited. I can't wait. I can't wait for the giveaway. Somebody thinks it is money. What do you think the giveaway is? It's a brand new car. Certificate. Okay. It's a book. I'm so excited. BMW. All right. So the Kaiser Foundation for Social Development for Social Development Scheme as a giveaway for you, for everyone who engaged in our posts across all our social media platforms, and everyone that is very engaging here as well in the soft skills training. So these are the giveaways. Listen attentively. First, you get a chance to be mentored by international coaches. You get a chance to be mentored by international coaches. Second is you get internship opportunities with construction companies. You get internship opportunities with construction companies. I see a wow. Yes, you get that. And then the third is you get an e-copy of Constructing Your Career by Elinor Moshe. You get an e-copy of Constructing Your Career by Elinor Moshe. And the fourth is you get an opportunity to learn Microsoft Power BI. Wow, for data analytics, Microsoft Power Apps for app development, and machine learning with Microsoft Azure. You guys, let me know in the comment section what's happening. Let me know in the comment section. Look at the giveaway. Guys,
Sarah, we can't hear you. You're muted.
oh, okay. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So all you have to do to be part of this giveaway is for you to engage across all our social media platforms, Kaiser Foundation SD on Instagram and on Twitter, that's on X app. Begin to engage all our posts, like, comment, share, and also begin to engage in all the sessions that we have for today. So our final session, can you guess what our final session is for today? Let me see in the comment section what our final session is for today. Wonderful opportunity. Thank you, Kaiser. Let me begin to see in the comment section. Let's see the people that are prepared for the final session. Already, she's here for us. She's ready for us. Critical thinking. All right. Critical thinking. I see that. Okay, some people are already doing expo. It's all right. Critical thinking. Okay. Yemi Carey provides tech. Okay. All right. Like he said, our next session is critical thinking. You all guessed right. And the person to be taking us in critical thinking is no other person but Mrs. Yemi Carey. Mrs. Yemi Carey. So I'm just quickly going to take her profile so that we go straight into the session. All right. So Mrs. Yemi Carey is a chair and non-executive director, an award-winning commercially minded technologist with 23 years of experience in the information technology and telecommunications industries, serving in both the public and private sectors. She is at the forefront of digital transformation to tackle business and social problems, recognized as one of the foremost women in technology in Nigeria, with demonstrable evidence of delivering innovative business solutions through technology. Yemi is a board member of the First City Monument Bank Limited, FCMB, Investment One Financial Services, the Nigerian German Chamber of Commerce, Beyond Credit Limited, Gaia Africa, and Nigeria Climate Innovation Center. She is the digital platform and financial services thematic lead of the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, NESG, a member of the Governing Council of the FinTech Association of Nigeria, and on the advisory board of Ingressive LLC, Major Chesterfield, and Sabi Hub. Yemi Carey is the CEO of Ekabella Limited and co-founder of Rising Tide Africa, a women's movement initiated with a vision to increase women's participation in angel investing as an asset class and promote education, cross-border investing, and and investor mentoring across Africa. She's a member of the Board of Governors of the Lagos Angel Investment Committee of Acumen Resilient Agriculture Fund, ARAF, managed by Acumen Capital Partners. She's a mentor to various digital and technology-enabled startups. Yemi is an expert in resilience, residence, EIR, at the Enterprise Development Center, EDC, and a facilitator on the corporate governance and digital technology and trends at the Pan-Atlantic University, Lagos. She was honored as Nigeria's most outstanding public sector CIO at the ICT Centenary Awards in 2014. With a virtual round of applause, let's make welcome Mrs. Yemi Cherry. Over to you, Ma.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And it's so good to be here today. And we're going to be talking about critical thinking. I didn't expect to have 140 people here, but it's okay because I wanted to do breakout sessions so that we can brainstorm. But that's fine. We will take it as it goes. I would like to share my slides. Okay, so we'll be talking about critical thinking, and we want to look at it from the perspective of a soft skill. In other words, what we would want to do in adapting critical thinking. Some people are already critical thinkers, but nowadays, people are no longer looking at credentials. It's good you have your MSc or your BSc or your master's, but when you come for an interview, the employers are now beginning to look at softer skills. How would a person communicate with customer service? Because that is important. How do you play as a team player? Because employees' welfare is important. How do you think outside the box? How do you resolve solutions? So part of what they're looking at, Peter took you on your communication skills. It's also communication skills. But most importantly, I want to surround myself with people that are critical thinkers. And so it has now become one of the things that people are looking for, employers are looking for in trying to onboard people. So as a start, I'd like to know with you, what do you understand by critical thinking? Tara, are we going to use the chat box? Okay,
yes, we can.
Yeah, let me go down. So what do you really understand? What comes to mind? Thinking outside the box, yes? Christiana, thanks. Who else understands the elements of, what do you understand when you say critical thinking? With a plan and a picture. Yes, a plan and a picture. Beyond what you see at the moment. And so if we are looking at beyond what we see at the moment, right decision is clear. The ability to give a right decision in clueless moments. Using, being creative. So there's creative thinking and there's critical thinking. So, we need to be mindful not to mix that. However, one is subsumed in the other. So when we look at critical thinking, we look at it as a cognitive skill. That means that you have the power to unlock the full potential of your mind. Sometimes people say that critical thinking is focused, is careful analysis of something to better understand. When you want to understand something, your careful analysis about it. When they say when you speak from your left side of the brain, the left brain becomes active, and it is referred to as critical thinking. And sometimes, you look at critical thinking is that you unpack the potential of your mind. That means that if I say to you, how would you think of, you're looking at something, and I say to you, is your Eva bottle transparent? Now, that is not a trick question. The most common response would be that your water bottle is transparent. And why is it transparent? Transparency is if you can see something at the other end of the bottle. And if you really look at this bottle, some might start thinking, is this really transparent? Because it depends. If there's water in it, it is not that transparent because you cannot really see clearly what is at the other. If the bottle is empty, yes, you can see you can see, but if you place it nearer to you, sure, it's transparent. However, if you're looking at objects that are far away, it is not transparent. That is critical thinking, because you are trying to look beyond, what you see, and make connections and weigh the options of what you are seeing. So your ability to do that is what we say is critical thinking. So if you're looking at ordinary thinking, yes, this bottle is transparent. I can actually see something at the other end of it. I can see my palm. But when you're looking at critical thinking, you're looking at it on a deeper level with an open mind, unbiased mind. And you're looking at it, if you're saying, everybody knows that it's transparent, what kind of question is she asking? However, that is because of your experience, your exposure, your environment. From school, they have told you that this critical thing, that your bottle is transparent, right? However, if you want to now go and start to ask and then put certain logic in it for more accuracy, that is when you now start seeing it, whether you want to look at it nearer, whether there's water in it, and things like that. You're not relying on common sense. You're looking at it from multiple frames of reference. Yes? And you're now trying to make informed decisions based on that. And your opinions really are not just subjective, and they're not influenced by your personal biases. But more importantly, it's being very objective, you're being impartial. Some might say the bottle is not all transparent because it has a paper wrap and it has a cap. So all of the bottle is not transparent. The simple question is this bottle transparent? But they have gone to look at it and involved some, based on what they are seeing, and they are looking at it deeper than what you would ordinarily look at. And so that is really what critical thinking is about. Now, when we start to talk about the general principles, what kind of principles have I used in asking that question of what have I said? What do you think I have said? In asking the question, is the water bottle transparent? And my response on the critical thinking, what would you say as a principle have I used? I'm looking at the chat box. I'm waiting for responses. Hello? Careful observation. Right, you're thinking outside of the box. Somebody said critical thinking is outside of the box. This is careful observation. Analysis, you're talking to me now. Thought structuring, now you're talking to me. Because when you're looking at certain principles when you're looking at, the general principles of creative thinking. Lawal says he can't hear at all. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So to provide a solution to solve problems in a particular way. Yes, Sanya, that is what it is. So if I say questioning assumptions is important, right? When you are curious, you have to have a curious mind. When you are questioning assumptions, you're always asking why things are the way they are. You challenge your common sense. And, based on this, also, if a student assumes that they must attend a prestigious university, for instance, to succeed, I must go to Yale, I must go to Harvard, they could question this by researching successful individuals from various educational backgrounds and considering different paths to success. Simple. Because you are questioning. If the fad is I must go to Unilag or Covenant, you will look at, if you want to go, one of the principles is questioning. So why must I go to Unilag or Covenant University? They say they are the best. Why do we think it is the best? Based on what? The outcome, the people that are successful in, let's say, Nigeria, did they pass through these universities? Right? Is it supposed to be that your path to success is based on the prestigious university you go to? So you're questioning things for you to be able to make an informed decision. The other thing is analysis. You argue analytically, right? You break down the arguments. I did an example just now to say, if I put the bottle in front of me, I can see clearly, but I cannot see through the wrapper. If I take it far from me, I cannot see the things that are very far. You need to be able to identify the logical fallacies and biases. Now, there is a strength that you as an individual needs to have, which is one, you need to understand your own biases as well. So if I ask you, for instance, my friend says I must remove my slippers or my shoes when I come to her house, what would be the first thing that comes to your mind ordinarily? Can somebody respond? If you come to my house and I say I want you to remove your shoes, or if I go to your friend's house and they say, please remove your shoes, she's neat, she's a Muslim. Those are the two things that comes to your mind. How about you think to then start looking at the arguments behind? Is it that the culture of Muslims says we must remove shoes? After all, I've gone to another friend's house who is a Muslim and I've entered with the shoes. Is it that they don't want to dirty their floors? You have to then principles. Then you start to think. You need to then start to think critically. Why? Maybe peradventure she likes to walk barefooted in her house, right? And when they say ground yourself, and then she doesn't want that you leave particles from your shoes because she wants, or maybe her children like to walk around or crawl. Do you understand? So you begin to think, and then you have to look at analyzing different, yes, for good health care. You have to then start thinking. But the first thought that will come to anybody's mind is she's neat or she's a Muslim. But if you then go further and start to look, you would analyze the evidence that supports, and look for the potential biases. the person is a Muslim. Ordinarily, you should, because she's a Muslim, she says remove her shoes. But if I go to a non-Muslim house and she says remove the shoes, the next thing that comes to mind is that she is, what you might call it, that she is neat. You understand? So you need to be able to argue and look and analyze the evidence in front of you, and take away the potential biases, mostly neat, and then be able to look at the objectively and argue based on, you consider counter arguments before making a decision. Then the third one is reflective thinking. Reflect on your beliefs, your decisions, and actions to identify areas of improved growth. So if I say that after a failed project, for instance, a student or an entrepreneur could reflect on what went wrong. We have developed applications here that we have not been able to take to market. The first one we developed, we couldn't take to market. And we were wondering why. Oh, maybe it's because we didn't do it this way. Second, right? And then we couldn't even go to market for the second one. And so we are now wondering, how do we reflect? Let's go back and think through what went wrong in us developing these applications, because we knew we had a hard market. But what went wrong was that it was clear that we are looking at it from our own perspective, thinking that this would solve this would be a solution that will solve this problem. If only we can do this, it will solve the problem. But we built it, and in the end, you couldn't. So we had to trace ourselves back and try and understand what were the assumptions that were incorrect, what went wrong, and how can we learn from the experiences to improve on the next one that we are developing. And so that is what we did for the next application to go to market. I hope I'm communicating, because it's very important that when you enter a room and I ask you at an interview session, and I say to you, what books are you reading? For me, and you say I'm reading, I like to read fantasies. I'm reading a romance book. Why romance? Because it makes me feel good at the end of the day, and I like to have good feelings. Why do you think that you must have good feelings at the end of the day? So we begin to ask why? What we're doing is trying to understand beyond, there's an interview, but beyond who we are seeing and the CV. What is the thinking of this person? Oh, I like fantasy books. Why? Oh, I read nonfiction. Why? From the response, we can begin to put together, then we start to ask, well, why do we do this as employers? Because we have studied ourselves. So the rate of employee churn in my company used to be high. And so we started thinking, what are we doing wrong? That after one year, somebody is leaving, 2 years they've left. This rate is really, because we are investing in them. And we then took a pattern of those people that have stayed 5 years and above to understand, is it that they're all married? The answer was no. Are they all men? The answer was no. So what is keeping them? We did a questionnaire to understand and survey. What is keeping all of you that you're staying in this company? Oh, I like the camaraderie. Then at exit interviews, we ask, is the camaraderie good in the company? Oh, yes, it is good, but right now I need more money. Oh, okay. So it's a basis of money. And then we ask ourselves, let's do an industry peer-to-peer analysis of what the industry is paying and what. But we found out that the industry, we were not doing badly. We were not high up there, but we're not doing badly. And so one of the HR people that we were speaking about our problems with said to us, can you do a behavioral analysis of the people that stay long-term? And bingo, we got the types of people that are staying long-term, those that are staying long-term and are burnt out, those that are staying long-term and are really vested in the business. And we looked at the behavioral types. And so in our interviews, we're looking for not only those that are going to stay long, but those that are staying long-term, that will have an element of critical thinking, that would want to think outside the box, that are vested in the company. And so we stereotype, right? Now, it is not good for everybody in the company to have the same type of behavior. And so we have two opposite ends. And therefore, there's a healthy, those that like to work in teams, those that like to work in silos. The teams are trying to pull those in silos in. And then those that are working in silos are, learning how to work in teams because they can actually influence. They are the ones that like work in silos. You find out that they are the most analytic ones that ask the questions. The ones that work in teams are those that do reflective thinking. So we have a combination. And so what is happening right now is that the churn rate has gone low, the business is stabilizing, and then there's healthy competition and collaboration within the organization. So what am I saying? I'm saying that there is serious benefit, right? In terms of being a critical thinker. So when we say that it polishes and enhances your creativity, somebody mentioned creativity in the beginning when I said, what do you think about critical thinking? And I said, one is subsumed in the other. Creativity is subsumed in what you are talking about, critical thinking. It encourages you, like somebody said at the beginning, to think outside the box. And in thinking outside the box, you challenge the established norms. You explore alternative points of view. And what does this do? It fosters your creativity and innovation. We will talk about some of the great inventors and what critical thinking has done to them. Then it improves your decision making. It goes without saying. It gives you more informed decision making. It's protecting yourself from cognitive biases and fallacies, really, because you are looking at multiple perspectives. You're weighing pros and cons, and you're looking at the different options that are there. And then for those that are really in their academia or students that are looking at writing their papers, it makes you a better professional, really, in terms of your performance. Because as if you come from that point of view, you equip yourself with the skills for research and analysis by just doing all of this. Why? Asking the questions why, what, how, why, what, how. It makes you want to research more. It makes you want to analyze more, and it makes you lead on improved, your projects, your performance, a better job process. So when I say to somebody, prepare these slides for me, right? One person might just prepare the slides, and these are my contents. The other person will go into details of putting all of these icons, looking for the color of construction Kaiser, so that it speaks while I'm communicating. Somebody will have, another person will come and put a lot of pictures, right? And because this is a workshop and I'm speaking to the room, the pictures distract. And so when we are looking at, performing your task and a job, you are looking at it from different perspectives, right? And it also enables you to improve your problem solving abilities. By critically, you evaluate situations and potential outcomes. You also can anticipate problems easily. By the time you start to think, you are predicting, sort of, in a way, and you identify potential risks because you're asking the whys and how, and if this does that, that does this. And it takes, you take proactive measures to avoid and mitigate this risk. So it gives you, your effective problem solving skills. And of course, it builds better relationships because you are involved. You consider things, you look at diverse perspectives. So it fosters empathy. Tolerance, and the willingness to understand the views and different perspectives of others. And so when we say, we look at how do you develop this? So how do you develop your creative thinking? Some people are already really curious enough, and they have this ability to think with the left side of the brain, right? Some people have to learn and practice it. And when they say practice makes perfect, it is important that you try and do, critical, apply it in thinking in your everyday life. Don't just take things as it is and as it were. If you're going into your office, for instance, and you are using key card to open the doors, or you're using keys to open the doors, when you go, you open the door, you do that. And sometimes I stand in front of the door and say, maybe contactless. Maybe, when you are, let's take POSs, for instance. People are thinking about practical every day. And during the COVID, after the COVID, we still all had this phobia, right? And so when they tell you to now put your PIN number on the POS, some people didn't like it. Some people took to transfers. But others started thinking about how do we go? And then there's now contactless. You take your card and you just tap it on the POS, and then, the money goes. Others started thinking and then did virtual cards. So you take your phone, your virtual card is in your phone, and you punch in the number and you tap it on the POS and it goes. These are very innovative things because they're applying in every day. How do I do this? How can I prevent this? And if you apply this in your everyday life, right, it becomes, situations such as evaluating newspaper articles, advertisements, social media, blogs, tweets. If you really evaluate all of those things using your critical, that is the left side of your brain, it begins to improve basically your ability to develop your critical thinking. Now, people say read widely. Of course, that is very important, even as a knowledge base. So when you are called out of your comfort zone, what do? You have to be able to expand your knowledge base, really, even for your own self-development. This is even without critical thinking. For you to be able to succeed, you have to expand your knowledge base. And it's not about going to social media and looking at what people are doing. It's about reading things that pertain to your business, reading things that pertain to your life, going and looking at white papers that have done studies and expanding your there are people out there that are really thinking about certain things. And if you find yourself in a particular situation, I know people nowadays go to ChatGPT or Gemini or whichever AI you use for it to give you back, for it to answer and respond to you in the questions. But the fact still remains that how much of this can you get on a particular topic? So if you have a topic like unconscious biases, what will you do? You go to ChatGPT. What are we the unconscious biases? What is it? You start to ask it questions, right? How about you go to people that have done the research, have written white papers on unconscious biases? How about you speak to people that have experienced unconscious biases? Those are not really things that are in ChatGPT, right? Or because they have had the experience of unconscious biases. How about you ask yourself, have I experienced unconscious biases? Because you now understand and you know and you have the wealth of knowledge about it. So you need to really increase your knowledge base for you to and expose yourself to a variety of literature, including diverse genres, music, saying, okay, I know some people will say, I like R&B. Have you tried to listen to rock? Why do people write rock? What are the kind of instruments that are used that people use in rock music? What are the kind of people that listen? Just to expand your knowledge base. And it's very important because, you're learning about different things. You're learning about cultures. You're learning about subjects, and so they say, you need to be able to use 30 minutes of your 24 hours to try and read every day. It exposes you, and don't read the ordinary things. Read things that are out of your league. Read things that you do not understand about. Just 30 minutes. And because this would add to your reasoning, when you're then it will influence your capacity to think critically. Thoughtful collaborations. It helps you with collaborations because you don't want to be sitting down there and two people are talking about a subject and you are just looking, you don't know anything about it. Every time they're discussing things, you're not sure about it. You don't know. Then you go back and quickly ask GPT, what are they talking about? And then you come, they're talking about it. Nobody is born with all of the knowledge, right? But for you to be able to collaborate, you need to expand your base. And for you to take critically, even if you do not understand the topic that they are discussing, your expression, your point of view can come from your critical thinking. You understand? And it's important that you understand this, that you do not have to know a topic for you to discuss it. Because you have started practicing your critical thinking, you can ask your why questions. You can come from another perspective. Okay, I know nothing about Arsenal and Chelsea, but I ask, why is it that you are an Arsenal person, and why is it that you are a Chelsea person? And they've tried to even describe to me. Some people it's because they schooled in the UK and they live around the Arsenal location where there are many more fans. Some people is because they went to secondary. Some people is influence of their parents. So I've tried to ask and I've tried to decipher what kind of people are in this and why they argue so much and why they're still in so much competition, right? And it's important that you are able to think critically like that. And when we're talking about writing and journaling, expressing your thoughts. I want to read something that one of my staff sent me yesterday. He shared something with me when I was talking to him, and he about thoughts and arguments in writing. I said we always have healthy arguments in the office, right? And I said to him, what about the concept of journaling? Does he write down things? So how many of you write down things? And one of them said it helps him to challenges him. And another one said that it gives them the point of view. And so he sent me this and says, capture your thoughts in the present with ink, that is writing. So, as soon enough, your past divulges wisdom and the understanding to your future. I don't know some of you, I have stacks of journals. I write every day. I write points. I write all sorts of things, right? And sometimes I go back. I look at my journals 2014, and I'm so surprised that I was thinking like this in 2014. Really? And you will be amazed at the things that you go back 2 years, 3 years, 4 years ago, and you see that these people, this thing that I wrote really, it has come to pass. Or, oh, I didn't achieve this. Oh, this was just a stupid idea, But when you revisit it helps you to refine your ideas. And it's such a pleasant feeling if you are able to do that. I know that Peter also talked about listening. Listening actively, not just listening, actively to others. Suspend your judgments. Try and understand their perspective before you respond. It's a skill. I used to talk over people. Why? Because I didn't want what I was thinking to go. So I would quickly say it while some other people are speaking. You're talking to me, I want to quickly interject. There are some people like that. I had to train myself to say, okay, shut your mouth. 1, 2, 3, shut your mouth. 1, 2, 3, shut your mouth. Listen. This aspect of listening is very critical to your decision making, because you are not only listening, you listen actively, and you question. Even if you're not agreeing, the first question to come to your mind is, why is it even thinking from that perspective? And if you're listening actively or attentively, is to ask the question, why, what is making him think like that? And have an understanding of before you then make your point. You may not still agree, but then you make your point. And of course, the last one about how to develop it is to practice curiosity. Cultivate the thirst for knowledge, always asking questions, exploring topics outside your comfort zone. And these are really, really how you can begin to develop your creative thinking. So at this point, what I would like to do, because I think I'm speaking to people, is to take 1 or 2 questions before we continue. One or two questions. But if you have no questions, then I'd like to ask you one question. Do you think that AI enables you to think critically better, improves your critical thinking? Or do you think that AI is helping your critical thinking? Okay, you have a question. Go on. I can't see your number. Yeah. Please write your question. AI is not. So I take it that, Abdullah, you're saying that AI is not is not helping you? And I'd like to ask Cecilia, why do you say AI is not helping your critical thinking, really? Ella. So I have people that everybody here has said no, but really, why is AI not helping your critical thinking? It dampens critical thinking. Okay. Eruro, I'll come to you. Is doing more harm than good with regard to critical thinking. It can't help in critical thinking. It's helping, yes. Okay, so so Cecilia, you've answered. You said it makes me aware of things only, not helping me critically think. I would want to agree with that. AI helps my critical thinking. One of the things that you have to know about AI is that really, when you ask it your questions, it is not in your mind. It helps your responses. So it helps in your curiosity. You know, it helps in your curiosity. So you're asking a question about why do babies, your curiosity, why do babies have to be 9 months in their mother's belly before they are born? The AI is not in your mind. It can only support you. You have critically thought. You are curious, right? They are not in your mind to conceptualize that question. It is your curiosity that is making you ask the AI that. It will now feed you information that it has, that the data has been trained on. And then thereafter, you will go to the next question because you are then thinking. Now, if you want to think outside the box, why, then you go and ask about premature, but some children are born at 6 months. Some children are born at 8 months. Because you are the one doing the thinking, right? For you to ask the AI. So it helps you respond, but it is not doing the critical thinking for you. I hope I'm communicating. Is there a perfect time moment to think critically in order to arrive at the perfect decision? I've said you need to practice this as everyday life. Everyday life. So, whatever your question is, unbundle it, right? Unbundle your whatever it is that you want to decide about, and then start to look at why, where, how. You unpack it first. So in your everyday life, unpack certain situations. There's no time question. There's no perfect time or moment to think critically. Just sit down. You want to sit down. Okay, I want to think critically for the next 30 minutes. It's not like that. You understand? What you are trying to do is to make it part of you, so that you are not seeing everything with common sense or on the face value. And why this is important is that it leads to you thinking outside the box. It leads to you innovating. It leads to you bringing out different ideas. It helps you to then start understanding various perspectives. You understand, Ajay? Ruth, you try to understand different perspectives of almost anything. Somebody tells you something, you don't have to spend time like that, unpacking or not. No. What you're doing is be curious. They ask you something, you think about it. Okay, ordinarily, I would say this, but, perhaps, what if? How come? So you're just being curious. So if you practice it on a continuous basis, so how do you know that the next thing you have to do is, what example can I say now? Is how do you, okay, let me use for the ladies. I have 3 meetings today. One with where I will see my peers, right? One with the youths. I'm going to an event with youthful people. And then the third one, I'm going to meet an executive. When you enter your you have to now think, how do I want to present myself across these three people, these three audiences? Same thing with your products or your service. I'm going for an interview. How do I want to present myself? You're thinking outside the box. If I wear high heels, I won't be able to go back and forth when I'm engaging with the youths. So all of that you're thinking. So it's in your so almost everything you do, you try and stop and think before you respond and make a decision. Sometimes your decisions may not be perfect. Don't get me wrong, right? But it helps you when your decisions are not perfect. You then look, okay, the last time I wore a high heel, I almost tripped. Maybe this time that I'm going, I need to wear flats. So it helps you learn from what you had already experienced, right? To make sure that everything goes well. I think it propels critical thinking. The AI propels, yes. To an extent, I believe AI helps me think critically because I apply AI. I also find myself making further research. So you are further analyzing. Now, it helps you because they are giving you answers, but it's further giving you research. Why are you furthering? Some people will take the first response the AI says, and that's it. That's fine. They just take it and document it, right? But then you are doing further research, and you're doing further research, and that is improving. Why are you doing further? Because you are thinking critically. I need to know more about this. I need to expand my knowledge base, right? For you to understand whatever the subject is, for you to make whatever the informed decision is, right? Somebody has said, what do I do when I'm having a conversation with someone and he's not trying to reason with you or see things from your perspective and instead imposing the arguments on you? Do you walk away from such conversations or succumb to their point of view? This is, you see, when they say in life you don't fight all battles. Yeah, it depends on who it is. It depends on the side. Your boss cannot be arguing and everything, and then you will not succumb. Oh yes, if your boss is talking and then in the conversation and they're trying to not seeing reason from your own perspective, make your opinion. Oh, but I would have thought this. No, go and do it my way. Fine, but you have made your own perspective known, right? That okay, I would have thought we should do it this way. And a lot of this has to do with your communication skills. You listen to them, you express your own perspective, and the issue about imposing the argument, you don't win all fights. 1, 2, it depends on who your audience is. Succumbing, it depends. If it's a friend, there's give and take, but if it's a reoccurring thing with a friend, you need to address it. And, there's the ways in which you can communicate and address it. And, there are also people that do not take, you have, some people say, some people have to accept yourself. So it depends on your audience, whoever the audience is and what's for you to be able to, I can't say succumb or go with because I don't know who the audience is, but you also have to take their own point of view and look at it, and try and understand. It's healthy to try and understand why this person is always thinking this way. Peradventure is a function of their background, or is a function of influence, or is a function of they always want to be right. That is their persona. So you also, it's healthy for you to try and understand why is this person thinking this way. I hope I don't see your name, so I hope I've tried to. Is it okay? Let's see. Yeah, it just responds to what you have prompted it to. Yeah, because it gives answers that will make me not to think. It's Solomon. It doesn't give you answers that makes you not think. It provides you with information, and whatever answers. You need to be able to think about those answers, right? bear in mind that the AI is also still learning. If you ask about something about the knock culture or something about something from your hometown, it's not going to give you an accurate answer. It's going to give you answers based on what it has read on the internet or what it has been trained on. But what you are, what you know, with AI, we are all talking about the biases right now, because the training of AI has been done really on with information and data from the global north. And we are saying, as Africans, we need to also start training our AIs with information and data so that it understands us. So a lot of the things that you're using AI for are the things that have been trained and given it. But if you come back to what is happening culturally, locally, you will see that, you know, it's not going to give you that accurate information. So don't always take all of the information that and the answers it gives you and then you don't think, Solomon. You need to think about it and you need to reason from it and see whether this is a perspective of which it has been trained, or whether this is the real answer you're looking for, or whether this is an accurate information that will make you make a decision. So because it's still in the learning stage, it helps you to understand a leadership role. Yes, to some extent, in terms of leadership role, yes, to some extent, reduces self-efficiency and not having self-idea generated and having ability to depend your content. I'm not really sure what Abdullah is saying here. But anyways, what do I do when having a conversation? Okay, I've done that. All right. Therefore, let's go to our next slide, which is to look at examples of renowned people and see like Charles Darwin. So I looked at people that have innovated in a way that critical thinking has allowed them. Forget, during their own time, all these people I've selected didn't have AI. So during their own time, it wasn't a function of using AI to find information, but they had to look at things from, unrelated. So Charles Darwin, unrelated pieces of information. He perfected the act of questioning and connecting things in his field of study, right? And so he then was able to create the theory of evolution. It was just questioning things, Charles Darwin. If you look at Isaac Newton was doing a lot of research. He applied and revised and tested, and he did this over different circles for him to be able to come up with the laws of gravity and the laws of motion. His own was physics, research, he applied it, he revised it until he came up with those laws, the universal laws. Martin Luther King, he had a skill, oration, right? And what he did was that he wanted to do something outside the convention because the confrontations were killing people. And he wanted to come up with a different model for him to have his voice heard and non-violence, particularly non-violence. And he took to the streets with non-violence. And he disarmed all of the military people there, right? And so, really, he thought outside the box, armed with his talent of oration. And he was able to achieve this. Of Albert Einstein, there was so much opposition for him. But he questioned and continuously questioned the norms and the beliefs that existed in those days, all the principles at that time. And he continuously, using critical thinking, He challenged at all times. And that was the way he was able to successfully invent his own. So, if we're looking at all of these things, there is analyzing. You break down something into different parts, examine each part, and you note how the parts fit together. You argue. Another basis for critical thinking is you argue using series of statements. You connect logically together, backed by evidence, to reach a conclusion. You classify and identify the types of different groups or something, showing which category each one belongs to and what is distinct in each category. That's classification. Comparing. You can compare and contrast, right? Each point of view and look at similarities and look at differences. You can define. Define is like you explain the meaning of a term or something, and you detonate or conate or give examples, synonyms, acronyms. You can do all of those definitions of things. You can describe things, try to explain certain traits, certain terms, and try and look at things in size, shape, weight. That is part of critical thinking. You need to be able to evaluate in decision making, what is worth something or compare it to another. You need to have problem solving skills to be able to analyze the cause, impact, effects of a problem, to be able to find solutions for it. And really, you should be able to track the cause and effects of almost anything that you do. So, Tara, are you going to help me? Because we need to go into breakout sessions. And what I need for us to do in our sessions is so I thought we're going to be 2 rooms, but Tara, are you there? Hello, Tara. Oh, I think I'm all alone here. Okay. So let's take the first, I wanted to do breakout sessions. Hello, Tara. I do. I wanted to do breakout sessions so that we can go into different breakout rooms, right? And one room will take how would you handle several customer clients about your company's net new product. But I've not seen Tara, who is from Kaiser, because one other thing we can do is for, Bethel. Okay, so I wanted this to be a discussion. I prepared this for real.
Yeah, I'm
real
here,
discussion.
Bethel.
Okay. Can we create breakout sessions, please? Breakout rooms. And what I want.
How many, madam?
I'm seeing 80 people, so we can do 3 rooms or 4 rooms. And what I want is room 1 and 2 we take question 1, and room 2 and 3 will take the second one. So that I want them to go in for a period of 10 minutes, discuss, come up with, by critically thinking through this, and then come back, and I would need one person to present for each room. Beth, are we able to do that? Hmm. Hello, are you there? Okay. Because I don't have access to the participants. Um,
Hello.
Hello, I'm going to create it if you're not able to.
So,
Are you creating it?
yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, so for breakout rooms.
Four breakout
Yes.
sessions. Yeah, four breakout rooms.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's either you assign manually or you have people go into the rooms, into the different rooms.
So, so I have created the four rooms, and they've been assigned automatically.
Okay.
So what would you want us to do?
So we're having so we need to time the rooms. They need to they need to discuss amongst themselves for 10 minutes.
Okay.
So question 1 will go into 2 rooms and question 2 will go to 2 rooms.
Okay.
Yes. And then we time them, then they come back and then one person will discuss from each room.
Okay. All right.
Am I able to go into any of the rooms? Hello, Bethel.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to send the questions to the different breakout groups.
Oh, okay. So that I can then have a walkthrough.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Have we finished here? Hello, room one. Have we finished? Who is presenting? Hello, Betha. Okay. I've closed the room, so I think they should be coming back in 25 seconds. Hello, everyone. That was short and sharp. Okay, so let's go. So, room one. Who is presenting? Betha, you have to sort of unmute the person.
Okay, ma. Yes, I'm back.
Okay, Herbert.
So
Herbert.
everyone should be joining up back now. I think everyone from
I think everyone is back.
No, I don't think everyone is back. Okay, everyone is back. Okay, everyone is back now.
Yes.
Everyone
Okay,
is back.
Herbert. Are you the one presenting for room 1? You have to unmute.
Okay.
Okay, so you have to present in 1 minute.
All right, ma'am. Good day, everyone. My name is Mr. Kahamba. And the first question is, how do you handle customer complaints when there is a negative complaint or feedback on your service or product?
Can you
So,
all hear him
firstly,
well? You're a bit blurred, Herbert.
No, we can't hear him well. His sound is a bit low.
Your sound is not clear.
Not clear, yeah.
Is it clear?
No, it's still
Hello?
muddled up. No, it's still a bit muddled.
Not clear. It seems it's network. I switched from laptop to my phone now, yet it's still the same thing.
Are you using an earpiece?
Yes, I'm using headphones.
Maybe you remove it and speak.
Okay, let me try my case. I don't know, is this one clear?
Yeah, this is very clear. Yeah.
All right. So I can continue, right?
Yes, you have 1 minute.
All right. Okay, to effectively respond to customers' complaints, first of all, you have to acknowledge the complaint, then appreciate the customer or thank the customer for bringing such information to your notice. Because when customers come with complaint, we are meant to review the complaint to know where the error or the mix-up is coming from, then see how you can respond or rectify such complaint if it's the one within your the organization capacity to respond immediately, or you give the client or the customer a timeline when you will be able to get back to them or be able to fix the error or whatever displeasure or the service they got from the service of your product. So, and that is just it. The major thing is what? Get in touch with the customer complaint, review it through your organization or your company, then give the customer a timeline when you will be able to what? Return back with with right service. Because I believe every customer is meant to get maximum satisfaction from whatever service or business they are getting from a vendor or company or organization based on whatever service they are being we are paying for or that is being provided for the client. So I believe that's the best way to handle the situation or scenario in this case.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll comment after the next room 2. Room 2, you had the same question, so let's hear you. Who is responding for room 2? Bethel, can you hear me? Help me here. Who's responding for who's speaking for room 2? Chidinma.
So please,
Chidinma is speaking for room 2. Chidinma is speaking.
For okay.
Yes. Please unmute and speak.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Actually representing for room 2. So we had a whole lot said in our team, and Cecilia actually laid emphasis on a robust feedback system, which I think is very important for every business, for every organization. You should always have a feedback from your customer. And she made emphasis on placing for review for customer where they can actually air out, their complaint.
Chidima, we can't hear you again.
He said putting complaint, like making sure that this complaint is not similar to others.
Mm-hmm. Yes, go on. Chidima, I can't hear you.
Also, Mr. Olani also mentioned that immediate response to the general public as per by making sure, acknowledging and listening, which Albert also mentioned before, documenting these complaints and investigating these issues, and also communicating solution as quick as possible, so that, we have different customers and how they react to things are actually different. I can be so patient about what actually happens. Some customers don't have that patience. So you have to investigate the issue and also communicate solution immediately. So offer compensation, yes, offer compensation and implement this improvement through feedback. I said that earlier, and follow up and also learn on how to do better. Thank you.
Thanks, Chidima. So let's address the critical thinking aspect. Herbert, do you see what Group 2 has done? Right? They have unpacked. So they looked at it from two sides. And Tara, I hope I have enough time because we are on the mark, but we need to do this because this is the outcome of what we've said. So they have unpacked two sides. One, which you spoke about, your customers. You acknowledged, you've done a lot of communication, you've done a lot of talking to the customer, you've looked at, you need to then go back and look at, they say customer is always right, and it's a new product. So you have to then go back and look at your product, unpack. Why is this happening? What is this? Why should this be happening? What do we do? There's also brand reputation. So, Toyota, sometimes they withdraw a lot of their vehicles from the public when there are certain complaints and they find out that it's factory defect. So you because of that, you have to manage the communication of the issues in a certain way in which it doesn't have a bad effect on your brand. You understand? So, and after that, they've gone further to say, what is the solution? And then they proffer the solution, they communicate the solution, manage and follow up, right? So for each of these steps, you are going to find multiple ways and multiple perspectives of addressing each one of these different steps. And that is where you apply the critical thinking. So if you take one step, for instance, robot feedback system. So you are saying that you would have a feedback. So plenty of people are complaining. You will have a feedback system because you have to manage. Now, you will not have to think critically, how do you do this robust system? So in addressing this, you have to look at all of the stages which Chidima has and yourself have enumerated. You unpack it, you do your research about it, you find out lessons learned, how to communicate, which Peter talked to you about, and all of this to be able to manage this kind of crisis. Do you understand what I'm saying? So for each stage, you have to break it down. If you're going to do research, you do research. If you're asking questions, you ask questions. If you're analyzing, you're analyzing. If you have to compartmentalize the different characteristics of your customers, you do that. And you see what area, how do we approach each of these different clusters of customers and address this issue? There are certain customers, like she said, that are difficult. You have to then unpack that. How do we critically assess that this customer is this way and this is the way we need to address them? So that is part of applying critical thinking into resolutions for something like the complaints. So let's quickly, I know we are over time by 2 minutes, but let's quickly have Peace and I don't know, Tara and Peace. So thank you so much, Herbert. I mean, for Tara, are you coming first? How would you, look
Yes,
at
I
applying critical thinking? How would you approach determining the cause or the causes of the Nigerian Civil War?
Okay, thank you so much. So
1 minute.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Some of the things that we discussed in my group, some of the points that everyone mentioned was that first and foremost, we have to know that the other name for Nigerian Civil War is the Biafra War. And the first thing that someone said was that we have to learn about the Nigerian history and politics before the war, and that can only be achieved by studying. So we have to study, make research about, what the position of politics was before that particular war. And then someone has said that we should understand the relationship between the ethnic groups, that we should make research about the relationship between the ethnic groups, that's the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Hausa, and the Fulani. And then someone now said that we should also with the two with the two approaches, that something may have happened, perhaps maybe they won't have.
Is it me or is it Tara? Is it? Hello? Can people hear me? It's her. Okay. So is there somebody else for room 3? Can somebody else take on room 3, or can we have someone from room 4?
Good day, ma'am. For room 4.
Good day. Room 4, yes.
Ma'am, all right. So we were able to break it down using the 5 whys method. And what we found out from room 4 was that the cause of the Nigerian Civil War was majorly political, economic, and ethnic. Political because it was majorly between the Northerners and the Igbo tribe, also known as the Biafra. The Northerners because the military regime that was then in operation was led by a northern person, General Yakubu Gowon. It was ethnic, it was political, it was ethnic because it was ethnic because majorly between the Igbos and the Hausas. It was the breakout of Igbo ethnic group from Nigeria because they felt marginalized and they didn't belong. And then there was a great massacre of the Igbos during that time. And then it was economic because the Northerners started feeling that Igbos wanted to take their jobs, as most of the work that they were doing that were adding value then in their land was done by Igbos. And as a result, conspiracy started to form. Also, there was unequal distribution of resources, that is oil wealth, during that time. And all these factors led to the war that was fought from 1967 to 1970, known as the Biafran War or the Nigerian Civil War. Thank you.
Okay. So In all of this, how much research did you do? Ellie? Please, how much research did you do? Is Peace still there? Is anybody in the room for? How much research did you do?
Yeah, we were able to pick some information from Wikipedia. We had Samson on our group that got some articles online, and he got bits and pieces from it to piece together to form our replies, ma'am.
Okay, so you did in short your response, right? But
yes,
what okay, so what you have done is look at the course. Well, under this courses, you know, see what recruit was doing, the history before the. So what happened? What caused it? What was the major cause? So what they're trying to do is you look at the history and politics before, the history and politics, and then study and research. So what you have done is, surface such research and to try and, but I asked, what approach? How would you approach determining? How would you approach? Right? That was the main question. Because what kind of critical thinking would you apply? You've done research. Did you ask why? So the Northerners, there was political issues. Why? Right? And that's why it digs on some other, perhaps we're looking at colonialism and the effects of colonialism. Maybe it even dates back to that because there was separation of power. Maybe it, so all of these things that you have come up with, you need to be able to critically look at multiple perspectives to determine really what the cause or causes were. You've looked at 3 elements. One of them, economics, would be that people are taking jobs. Why? Why do you think that would cause a war? Was that aftermath of the war, before the war? How did the 3 of them align? The ethnic, the political, and the economic. So you have to go and look at multiple perspectives of this. And of course, you're using your elements of why, but you have to do a lot of research in determining this and ask your questions why, and then analyze all of the information that you gather to be able to make your informed decision. Yes? So, in conclusion, what I would want to say is that our world is really characterized by complexities and the rapid changes. We've talked about a bit about AI today, and critical, your critical thinking stands as a pivotal soft skill, right? And for us to be able to navigate, we are getting a lot of information thrown at us. And you have to be able to use your critical thinking to even sieve through those information, right? Don't take things at surface value. Have a curious mind. Question things. Communicate, listen. Journalize things. Make it an everyday habit for you to be able to develop and, groom yourself to be to stand out and be able to navigate the challenges of the modern day, and really also envision a better tomorrow. Because if you have the skill set of critical thinking, that means that you are always abound with ideas, and really, as you have seen, innovation will then begin to thrive. Really, as the first person that responded to me said this morning, it is really about thinking outside the box. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ma, for the wonderful session. We really, really, really do appreciate it. Please, I would want you all to help me say thank you. Type thank you in the box, Please help me say a very big thank you to Ms. Yemi for sharing with us, everything she has said on critical thinking. And I would also want just say something what is your take home? I want you to write down your take home in the chat box from this session we just had on critical thinking. Okay, amazing session learned so far. Thank you, Ma. Faith is saying thank you, Ma. Aziz is saying thanks. This was an unpack the problem, how to develop my critical thinking by Cecilia. Thank you. Thinking beyond. What's that? Thinking beyond. I must think outside the box. My critical thinking skills. Be by benefits of critical thinking. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, I don't know if I believe there should be one or two questions. Somebody would have one or two questions they would want to drop for Mrs. Yemi to answer before she leaves. So please drop your question and we'll be picking. How many questions is okay for you to? Would you want to take 2 or 3 or 5 or 4? Hello.
Let's see how many. Let's keep going. I have a hard stop in 15 minutes.
Okay.
So let me see as many as I can take.
Okay. So you can drop your questions, or if you want to speak with the microphone, you can just drop it so we can gladly unmute you. So, okay, so one of the questions. Why isn't it necessary?
I'm sure they want to say, why is it necessary to unpack the problem, right? Yeah. So if whether it's problem, is a statement, is a question, whatever it is, it gives you multiple perspectives. It gives you a better understanding. When I say unpack, when it makes you think out of the ordinary, right? Left-handed people are more intelligent than right-handed people. So you have to try and understand, why are they saying so? Why, and is it indeed true? So you don't just take things because they have said, oh, if you're a southpaw, you are more intelligent. Do you understand? You have to unpack it for you to understand. If you don't unpack the sentence, you're just going to take it verbatim. And then it becomes part of you. And then, of course, whenever you see a left-handed person, oh, you must be very intelligent. Without you understanding, anything about the reasoning why. Right-handed people, they think from the right side of their head, of their brain. Left-handed people think they pull from the left side of their brain. That means that they're using more of critical thinking than just the ordinary. They are more curious than just You have to unpack for you to understand, so that to avoid taking things on the surface of it. How does one, when you need to practice every day and be very deliberate about it. Be very deliberate about it. Practice every day. If you're not a writer, or you don't journal, or you don't do this thing, then make it a habit of listening. If you're not listening and jotting down, make it a habit of thinking through things. You understand? Or having conversations. Make it a habit to read, to broaden your knowledge. And all of these things then become a part of you. If you do it consistently, they say after 21 days, it becomes a habit. Try it for 21 days to see whether it really becomes a habit. That's really critical. You're practicing, right? But then you want to answer that question. If after 21 days, if you repeat something, it becomes a habit. So read 30 minutes every day. Or when somebody is speaking to you, men, listen to your wives attentively. Ask the questions. Women, listen to your husbands attentively. Ask the questions. Right? Listen to your children. Listen to your peers attentively. And ask the questions that come to your mind. There's no right or wrong. You just want to understand. It's a level of curiosity. And after a while, then you are just mastering it. If you're not journaling down, write down things. After a month, go back and take it and read what you have written and say, what is the lesson learned? Or have I achieved this? What did I take away from this? You go to an event. What are the 3 things I'm taking away from it? Why do I think those are the 3 important things? You have to unpack and, continue to practice every day. It's important. Yes, you can intentionally grow and learn to think critically. It is not just for so few at all. And you will find out that the more it becomes a part of you, and sometimes you even sound more intelligent than you know yourself, because you are talking about different things because you have been reading different things. When I want to wind down, I watch cartoon movies. And I listen to what they're saying. I look at how they jump. It's amazing. And then I went back to read how the cartoons are made. And how long it takes for them to create one movement. And then when I watch the next one, I appreciate the people so you have to continue, looking at things from a different perspective. Don't just watch a movie. I've watched the movie, so what is your take home? Really, what did they say? What are the major things they've said? I've read a book. I'm reading about martial arts. What is it about martial art that makes it different from boxing? Why do people like to box? All of these things. You are watching UUF or something like that. That one that they fight, wrestling. Are they really wrestling or they are acting? All of these things, then you go and study, you go and read about it, you go and watch more about it. You've broadened your knowledge. And really, because you have done that, so in your everyday life, the things that you have otherwise taken for granted, go sit down and question them. Do research about them, read about them, or journalize. This is how I think, this is how I'm feeling, this is how go back and then retrospect. That, okay, after a month, 2 months, so that is how you will continue start to improve on your critical thinking. What else?
Right.
Thinking beyond the surface. Yeah, I think that's about it. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the insightful session. That was quite insightful. And I must agree with you that critical thinkers are very intelligent people. They don't usually make bad decisions. And that's one thing that, I agree with from today's session. Thank you so much.
So Tara, I would ask them to also challenge what you have just said and go and find out whether it is true that critical thinking they don't make bad decisions and that they are very intelligent people. So don't listen to everything everybody says. Always question it.
Always question it. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, ma'am. With that, we've come to the end of today's soft skills training. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining today. Thank you so very much. And before we call it a day, please, when we started, I had said if you'd like to volunteer for this safety moment and equality moment, you should please let us know in the chat box. If you are going to volunteer for tomorrow's safety moment and quality moment, please let us know in the chat box now. And also, we are going to be announcing our winners for our giveaway. Yes, the exciting giveaway that earlier mentioned. We're going to be mentioning our winners tomorrow. But all you have to do is engage us across all our social media platforms, Kaiser Foundation SD on Instagram and on X, Kaiser Foundation X SD on Instagram and on X, and then remember to also remind your friends that tomorrow is another day. It's another day for another insightful session. And tomorrow we're going to be having a panel discussion tomorrow with younger generations like ourselves. And then we're also going to be having another session with Elinor Moshe tomorrow. So if you're not even ready for everything that we have in store for you from Kaiser Foundation. All right, and with that, we have come to the end of today's soft skills training. Are you excited? Let me see in the comment section that you're excited. Have you learned a lot today? As for me, I've learned a lot from ranging from Mr. Soji Akpampa's session to Mr. David Okun, communication, professional ethics and moral, and so just concluded critical thinking session. It was quite insightful. It was quite insightful, I must say. Thank you, everybody. Begin to like our post, begin to share across all social media platforms. Let's see you. Your comments, your shares, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, see you tomorrow, same time and same station. Bye.
You dey volunteer. Okay, na volunteer dey still dey do it.
I'm interested.
I'm interested too.
Na san zan shiga har kin shiga. Malam, naman ki bai zo ba.